have at least 2 FinCom members on Zoom. Am I missing anybody? All right, okay. I have full faith that Ed will happily correct me if I missed any. All right, so let's call FinCom to order with a roll call vote, and then I will give Select Board an opportunity to call to order because I believe you all have an all Zoom quorum yourselves. And I think you're posted. So, but yeah, let's do FinCom first. So calling attendance, John?
Here.
Mark?
Here.
Jeffrey?
Here.
Ed? Here. Emily?
Here.
Joe McDonough?
Here.
Marianne?
Here.
And Joe Carnahan here. I see on Zoom, I do see Chris, Carlo, and Karen Rose Gillis.
Thanks, Joe. I'll call the select board to order. We're posted, so I'll take a roll call. Carlo Bacci.
Here.
Karen Rose Gillis.
Here.
And anybody in person, Joe?
Nope. Not from
And Chris Haley is here as well. Thanks.
All right, let's move along here. So that tells me my laptop's even telling me my Wi-Fi stinks. Hopefully I will still be able to read the packet and run a meeting. All right, so after calling to order, next up is public comment. If anyone would like to speak, please just give your name and street. Yes, please. Oh yeah, please, if you can, right, the microphone that we are all using is that one in the ceiling there. So if you need to know where to point your voice.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you. I'm Marilyn Shapley, 11 John Carver Road. I am a member of the Council on Aging, but I'm here on my own behalf. I'd like to follow up on discussion of the Elder and Human Services proposed FY27 budget and the ways in which the Burbank Trust in particular can help. First, just to level set, the Burbank Trust was established in 1998 to enhance the quality of Reading's senior citizens. It wasn't, however, intended to serve as an ongoing operating subsidy for the department. Also, I want to recognize the careful stewardship of the Commissioners of Trust Funds and the Council on Aging. Because of their work, the original $250,000 gift has grown over the past 28 years to about $389,000 today. That's a very positive outcome. To preserve this resource for future generations of seniors, it's important that the principal continue to grow. And in general, that means spending only the interest rather than drawing down the principal. Good news is that right now, about $80,000 of that $389,000 represents accumulated interest. This was intentionally built up while ARPA funding was available, creating what might be described as a rainy day cushion as we transition to the recal. However, I want you to be aware that that cushion could be used up fairly quickly. The way it got talked about last week, everyone was all excited about $389,000. It's $80,000 in terms of this. In FY26, the Council on Aging has already supported 2 requests totaling $10,000 to help address EHS budget shortfalls. So we're already right in there. They're trying to help them. I'll also anticipate roughly $5,000 to $10,000 more this year for senior programming as ARPA funding winds down. Looking ahead to FY27, the Council on Aging will likely need to reserve about $15,000 to support the programs traditionally funded by the Burbank Trust. Events, educational programs, and activities that help make the Senior Center vibrant, but not covered by the core budget. In addition, we've heard discussion about potential EHS requests of up to $35,000 to buffer the new revolving fund and possibly another $20,000 for a pilot program related to program fees. These are operational needs in my view. Taken together, those uses could fully consume the $80,000 currently available in accumulated interest. And at that point, any additional uses beyond all the things I just discussed of the fund would begin drawing down on the principal. In my view, using the principal as an ongoing funding source for operational needs would gradually undermine the purpose of the Burbank Trust. For that reason, I support the one-time budget increase that was proposed earlier this week by Ron Powell. And I won't go through all his numbers again. I know he emailed it to you and you've talked it through with him. In closing, we have created, it's true, a Burbank rainy day type of balance in the Burbank Fund, and it certainly could help with transition. It's all subject, of course, to COA approval, but that was the thinking when we were building up the accrued money, that it would perhaps go to that. And so it's 80,000, not 389,000. And in addition, in my opinion, the Burbank Trust should continue enhancing seniors' lives, not filling structural gaps in the operating budget. This is how it was originally conceived, and for 28 years, it's done a fabulous job, and we should make sure that it gets to continue focusing its money in the way that it has. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Looking for any other public comment? Please come on up.
Thank you, Angela Benda, Orchard Park Drive. I haven't finished writing things up, but I'm here to talk about Article 14. The town, I don't believe, has properly investigated ways to fund unified sports, which was an instructional motion at the last year, a year before, within the year. Unified sports, no one is saying it's not a great program. Everyone agrees that it is. Adaptive programs, also a wonderful program. They could be funded as a community priority. That would be a great way to fund it. That hasn't been explored. The instructional motion, I believe, was for the town and the school to explore ways to fund it, including with the Burbank Fund. The Burbank board members should not be dictating how the town spend its free cash. The fact that the Burbank board has made this article a requisite for parking for pickleball is so distasteful to me and to many other people. Pickleball was approved by town meeting. People asked about parking. There was no mention of a exchange. You will only get pickleball parking if this article goes forth. But that is what has happened. The town has decided last summer to dissolve the Burbank Fund, and I just want to be clear, that's a completely separate Burbank Fund that Marilyn was talking about. So people might be watching this. It's a very different thing. This Burbank Fund that I'm talking about is the rent in lieu of taxes. And it is so distasteful to me that the Burbank board has asked for this article to go through in order for them to agree to parking. That is what the town manager told me, the previous town manager told me. He also told me that that would be, the contract would be signed long before this ever went to town meeting. I'm not sure that the contract has been signed. They still were discussing changes to it last night. There are separate issues here. Coming up with a way to fund unified sports, adaptive sports is a great thing. The town should be discussing it. The town should be discussing that in context with a override, in context with the needs of the seniors who are underfunded for this year and for next year. And I was here 2 years ago saying money should not go to temporary pickleball courts. We all agreed that we needed to get pickleball courts. I said, do not give the $200,000 for the temporary courts. Let's see how things play out. Let's work on this. The town worked on it. RPPA made a very generous donation. They amped up their donations. They amped up their fundraising. They made a generous donation, and we have a wonderful solution. And I am sure that the town FinCom, working with the select board and town staff, can come up with the right way to fund unified sports. Article 14 is the wrong way to fund it. It is the wrong way to fund it, and it is just so wrong in so many ways. So I hope that you will consider that. A lot of people are really in favor of unified sports and adaptive sports. No one is doubting that. But we need to come up with the right way to fund it. Article 14 is the wrong way, and I hope that you do not, I hope you give it a thumbs down or whatever you do. Thank you.
See, we have hands on Zoom, yes. I see, actually, Chris is first on my list. So, Chris Haley?
I'm just running to get money.
Yes,
Out of
understood.
my car.
Please, go ahead.
Sorry.
Thanks, Joe. Chris Haley, 71 Tennyson Road, speaking as a resident. With Article 14 coming before FinCom tonight, I just want you to take in consideration what is before you tonight. Not anything else that has been said, woulda, shoulda, couldas, the amount of time, effort, and energy put into particular things. You have what's in front of you tonight, and that is what you will be voting on or recommending. You can always do things other separate ways, and things can be done however. But this is what's put forth to you tonight. I just want to reiterate that the instructional motion from April of 2025, which was instructional motion number 25-02 by Eric Gaffin of Precinct 4, was instructing the town manager that and staff, inclusive of schools, identify and create a sustainable funding mechanism for expanding adaptive programming using existing town funds and future donations from the Burbank ICE Authority. That was Eric Gaffin making that making that instructional motion to town meeting. That is not the Burbank Ice Arena dictating where money goes. That was his instructional motion that set what is before you in motion tonight. So hopefully you judge that on its merits alone as it is, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlo?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And Carlo Bacci, Main Street, speaking as a resident, and I guess as a select board member for the sake of it. It's a little frustrating where I hear a few people between last night and tonight stating that Burbank is telling us, Burbank is asking us to put this on the warrant. They're not telling us. So that's a big distinction in my view. They're asking us to put on the warrant and let town meeting discuss it. I'm not going to go over all the minutia that has gone over the past couple of days or weeks over this article, but as I stated in public before, this is another tool in the toolbox to fund this unbelievable program. So I don't appreciate residents saying they're telling us to do this. They're asking us to do this, put it on an article, and let town meeting decide if we're going to create 2 stabilization funds, 1 stabilization fund, or however we go forward. So I ask you to vote on the merits of this article. As Chris Haley said, Burbank did not bring this forward. So we voted last night on this, and I appreciate all your time and energy on this. And thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm looking around for any other hands. Seeing none. Let's continue. Gotta say, I'm having technical difficulties here and having trouble loading the documents on my computer. I've got them on I've got a backup on my phone here. I'll use it if I have to. All right. Continuing with our agenda. Liaison reports. Again, it's only been a week since our last meeting, but does anyone have anything to share?
I do.
Please, go ahead.
So I attended on Monday a joint meeting between Council on Aging and Recreation Committee where wonderful town staff presented a preliminary budget for the ReCal project, building, facility, whatever we're calling it. And so just to report here, some key takeaways. There was a presentation made that is, if it is not up on the website yet, it will be very soon. But the key takeaways is that, you know, compared to the operating costs for the Pleasant Street Center, we're looking at additional expenses in facility operations, cleaning, maintenance, utilities, all that around $360K between FY27 and FY28. There's also going to be an increase in staffing costs owing to the part-time therapeutic recreation person and front desk staff for the Recal building, around 48,000. But there will be some offsetting revenue opportunities from the new building from both EHS and recreation and other sources with rentals that would be somewhere in the order of like $200,000. So, you know, there's definitely opportunity for us to get some additional revenue from the new space through rental and programming. But we are, you know, just to be mindful that there will be an increase in fees for the facility side of the house and the staffing side of the house. So there's a lot of work was put in by Jane, Jenna, Jim, and Carrie, and Joe from facilities to kind of get these numbers together with some help from consultants. And there's some details that will be available on the Recal website or on with the posting. I don't know exactly where it's going to end up, but we can follow up.
I think it's on the Recal site, but where it's on Elder and Human Services. I'll double check right now.
Yeah, we just sent it to get posted, so I don't know if it's up yet.
Yeah.
Is that something, yeah, go ahead. Is that something that we could have folks come in and just address the whole FinCom on that?
We're going to be going to Select Board 2 on the 24th. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's, I mean,
Yep.
taking future meeting agendas way out of order. I think that's a great,
well, yeah, just,
I think that's a good,
well, I mean, I have questions.
that's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
You're, I mean, in fairness to Emily, you're not gonna be able to answer them. But yeah, so I just, you know, kind of curious on that stuff.
No, numbers are out there, preliminary, and there'll be lots of opportunity, I'm sure, to talk about them in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. It's better to be early than late, but that's, yeah, so it's good.
Yep. That was it for me.
Anyone else? Ed?
I'll take a select board from last night. I sat in the corner there for a while last night. So I think main things kind of pertinent from a finance committee perspective. And you know, it's already been kind of handled in public comment. A lot of discussions on Article 14 and how it's structured. There was some just restructuring of it. And it was a really good discussion. It happened kind of later when town council came on, but I think the way that it's structured now gives the town and town meeting the most flexibility for when it gets discussed on the floor. And I'm sure we can, go through that part of it. But there were other items a lot of items that were discussed in the meeting. I think that's probably the main one for the business at hand, but outside of that, we're kind of, there was a discussion on amending acting town manager's contract and how the path is going forward, but that was kind of all positive from that perspective.
Jeffrey?
So usually the school committee has meetings where they announce exciting things coming up, and I just wanted to put a note that the robotics team will be hosting a New England district event this weekend. So if you want to come down to the field house and see some robots in action, it should be a fun time.
Didn't it, not to add on, but I thought I saw in the paper that our color guard won the state championship?
There are a bunch of things, but yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to call that up.
And the drama club is competing in in the semifinals down in Weymouth or Wayland. I forget which one it is. One of those.
Way far away.
But, yeah.
None of this is financial and all of this is awesome. All right. Anything else? All right, let's go on to talking about the budget, which of course we had a lengthy presentation on. I will say 2 years ago we did the budget, or rather, for fiscal year 26, we did the budget in one night. I thought we could do it again in one night. Technically we could, but I do not recommend doing the FY '28 budget in one night. Just noting that for my successor, whoever they may be. Yes, so are there, now actually, I'm gonna say we can put off the voting on the lines of the budget, perhaps, if it's okay with the committee.
I did want to go over with you a change that's happened since we met last week.
Okay.
So
Go ahead right now.
Jane and her team was negotiating with Maya, our insurance provider, to try and get a lower rate. And we recently got our rates for fiscal '27, which we saved a little over $100,000. And so I changed it on this budget to bring down the free cash use by $100,000. It was a little bit more than that, but I had to increase our deductibles. We had like 60,000. I had to have money there for deductibles. So I ended up, let's see, where is it here on the budget? This property casualty went down by $100,000, and that's where I changed that. And then I brought this down by 100,000. Every little bit counts, because we started off at 6,750,000 when we started this process. So 300, I'll take it. It's not great.
And last week you had already said you reduced the free cash usage, so this is more. So now
We had-
everybody has their community priorities and they want it right back, right?
Yeah,
But it-
well, we had been talking with the insurance provider, but they gave us our number, workers' comp and property casualty together, not broken out. So I didn't know how much savings we were talking about. I'm like, I need you to break it out or I'm not gonna be able to incorporate it into the budget. And they did that for us, and hats off to Jane and her team, because they got us a good amount of money off of our insurance premiums, which is nice, because we've been seeing a lot of like 10% increases year after year, and to see it go down and get a good chunk of it back or a little bit back, it helps.
It's only been possible because we have really excellent loss ratios, and we have those really excellent loss ratios because our staff does an amazing job of reducing, exposure. So, floods, pipe freeze-ups, all kinds of, any workers' comp, blah, blah, blah. We work really hard across all the departments to keep our risk low. We have a safety committee, it's a thing. And they do an excellent job. But because we had 45% loss ratios, I went back and said, you're going to have to do better than this. The expectation is they're going down next year anyway to most communities, 2.5%. And we're like, that's not going to be enough. You have to do better. So we got closer to 8-9% reduction in our premium.
Sorry.
Go for it.
Sorry. Just out of curiosity, how did you know that data to be able to? I mean, it's great to ask, but like having the data in the background is what makes it effective. Like, and I don't want to bury the lead. Again, another great example of how awesome town staff is, and another example of it, but just kind of curious as far as like from a negotiation and recognizing that and knowing that you could do that. I'm just curious on a little bit peek behind the curtain as far as how that goes on.
You want to get in the inside baseball.
I do.
And I understand. No. So what we did is we have renewal periods every year, and so we go over what our loss runs are, because if you should be around 80%, you should be between 60 and 80,
Okay.
like that's about right.
Gotcha.
And we're really low, and we haven't always been really low.
Okay.
But I know that when we're low, we're really good in the reinsurance market. We're looking really good for them, and we're helping keep their exposures low
Gotcha.
and being able to resell their risk. So
Gotcha.
I said, I want the full data, and then I said, we're going to go out to bid. We're going to go out and look at other companies, but that's a really laborious process.
Yep.
And we really like what you offer us, and we know what other companies offer, which isn't nearly what Maya offers us. They really are just an exceptional company to work with.
Yep.
But that being said, I don't care. Money talks.
Yep. That's awesome.
And
No.
and they were. It took a long time. Because we started these conversations in November, and they came back once, and we said,
Not good enough.
no, thank you. Come back again. And so we had those conversations last week. So November till March.
And this is for like 1 year, Jane, or off?
Well, your loss runs dictate your premiums. So if we have, why do I knock on the wood, right? So, yeah, everybody, if something bad were to happen, that would dictate an increase in premiums next year. So we'd look at that every single year. But we work very hard to manage and keep our risk very low. So what will happen is, because we're paying less money, any losses we have will chew up a larger percentage, so the loss run will rise. That's to be expected, but we still expect to be quite, a lower than that threshold, so it should be good.
But you said we'll have higher deductibles too. Did you say that?
We made some changes to a few, they gave us some options to take higher deductibles on some things. We made a couple of small changes that will have, we think, not as big an impact, but yeah.
So we don't need that much more to cover those.
We don't believe so, yeah,
Awesome.
but we took some of that
Buffer in there,
and saved it, so yeah, for the deductibles.
So this is it was health insurance and this is like property and casualty?
That's right, it's all of our,
It doesn't include like the police car getting totaled, that's something else?
It does.
Oh, it does, and even with that, we were still good?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's law enforcement liability, it's professional lines liability, public officials liability, it's and any kind of litigation is covered under this insurance. Damage to property, loss of property, that kind of stuff. Yep, all of it.
That's good news.
So good, so good.
She was more, but 1,000's good.
So was there more?
That was it. I just wanted to make sure I updated the spending scorecard so that when we vote the lines, that you're voting the right amounts. And I did check it and it is correct, so.
And you changed Article 14 last night, or since we saw it before, it got broken up?
Article 14 is that the unified?
Yep, that's adaptive
not-
sports.
We will get to that, that's
Yeah,
not
no, but
budget.
was that changed?
Although,
Which I think might have been changed.
The language has changed on the
Not the
warrant.
money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on the
Yep, it's
warrant.
two numbers.
I'm not as familiar with that.
I'll take you through it.
yeah, we'll have plenty of questions for that when we get to it, sure. All right, yeah, I guess, Jeffrey, you emailed, not to put you on a spot, you emailed me a good question. I'll ask it myself if you don't.
So I had a question about the way that the $80,000 for the dispatch software was done. It was put as a community priority so that it fit into the budget. And the way I understand community priorities, right, is those come out of the accommodated cost, right? So you take, whatever the big number is, you take off the accommodated costs, and then you split the remainder, essentially, 30-some% to town, 60-some% to the school. So if you take 80,000 out of the top, then 60-some% of that is actually coming out of the school's budget. So it made it easier to fit the 80,000 into the town side of the budget, but it then took 60% of 80, so something like $50,000 out of the school budget. So
No, we didn't take anything out of either budget. So the community priority, because I had savings in debt, which debt is an accommodated cost, I
okay,
normally would have spent that money on capital because it's 5% debt and capital. I made the judgment call that our number was high enough that I thought you guys would want me to reduce free cash use. And so it was about 300,000, about 280, I want to say. I said, okay, I'll reduce free cash by 200,000 and keep the 80 to make this community priority for both, because it does service, it's for public safety, it services both towns. Right. So it's servicing both of our needs. I felt like it was the perfect community priority. So it didn't impact any of the money that was allocated to the town or school side. In fact, the town side had given 75,000 of, because remember we talked about the original budget we had talked about was a 2.75% budget, but when I spoke to the school department, they felt it would be really tight for them. And I thought we could work at 2.75 because our preliminary numbers with salaries came out to about 2.5 or 2.75. So I knew that the biggest expense we have is salaries, and if that's coming in around there, we should be good. And so we agreed that if we went to a 3% operating budget, that we would give that additional 75,000 that the town would have got to the school side to bring their operating budget up a little bit more, to make it a little bit more manageable for them. Okay. As it turns out, doing this kind of gives the town back what we gave away, but in this case, we put it into accommodated cost. It builds it into the base because it still goes into the town's budget, but it's counted just like an accommodated cost is. It builds it into the base and it will be there next year to build on. Adding $80,000 to a budget line item that didn't exist, it's a lot. It wasn't something that was easily done. And I cut so much from the town budget and I couldn't find any more to cut without cutting staff. And so I felt like that was the best option. So I really did not impact the town and school budgets in terms of what we said the split is between the two of us because the savings came from timing related to debt and premiums we received from the offerings of debt, like changed what the actual principal and interest payments were that we had on our schedules, which were estimated a certain percentage. So those changes netted down to a number that I would have typically spent on capital. I chose not to spend it on capital, bring capital down to 4.5 instead of the 4.75% that we talked about, and use that to reduce free cash. And that 80,000 was part of that number. It was about 280 that I had. The net. So it really didn't impact the town or school side. What the numbers were that we broke out at that point when you met at financial forum, those numbers never changed. The savings came from that accommodated cost area that had already been budgeted before we split the money, and then those numbers changed.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a related question that came up when I was talking with Jeffrey about this, about the and you alluded to how in the fall when we were setting free cash guidance, we projected a 3.43% increase for the schools and a 2.75% increase for the town. But I'm looking at the budget and it looks like
they give you 2% because they have their accommodated cost piece in there. So
right. I'm correctly, I believe, not including that in this part of the conversation. That wasn't what we were, the 3.43 that they talked about. But then it seems like they came back with 3.14, and the town, actually, I'm a little confused. Page 23 of the budget, if you don't mind taking a look, it looks like it says town departments were both 1.7% and 1.4%, both of which are small and way less than 2.75. So I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to know which number is right, and am I correctly comparing these things
okay,
here?
so you're looking at, okay, so there's a couple things at play. So on page 23, what you're seeing is the town departments without shared cost. There are some accommodated costs that are in town departments.
Yes.
So for instance, utilities is an accommodated cost.
Right.
But it's in the facilities budget. And there was significant reductions in facilities. I want to say it took $135,000 out of their electricity budget. So you're going to see some reductions in there that are being incorporated here, and they're related to accommodated cost. So you're not seeing the operating cost separate from the accommodated cost. Anything that's accommodated cost that's in a department, you're going to see it in this page. So if I were to take them out, you'd see the 2.75 or whatever it was. I actually think I brought it down. I don't even know if we got 2.75, but in general, that's what we had planned. Let's see what other departments would have that. Administrative services has the property and casualty, which is an accommodated cost. That's in there. Any other ones? Public Works. Public Works might have some things in there that are, not part of the shared cost. When you look at the shared cost, when you look at that page, those are things that are budgeted on their own line on the spending scorecard. So debt, capital, those things that you see that are individual, they're not built into a department, they're their own line, their own section of the budget. But if they're not in that shared cost section, they're built into a department's budget. So I did feel like a lot of people asked the question of me, why did the school say that their budget only went up 2% overall? Because their out-of-district special ed was reduced. And so a lot of people were asking me that question, so I expected that was what your question was.
I am not one of those people. I'm not one of those people.
But yeah, so their operating budget might have went up 3.43, but they had such a large reduction in their out-of-district special ed, the net is what you're looking at.
I'm asking about this because, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at the draft Finance Committee budget summary, but
I did not.
I did call out the, because if you had, you'd probably be able to tell me I was wrong. So
I didn't even know it was in here yet, so.
It has to be because I think it has to be, the last time we did this.
I've been busy with other things, so I didn't even know it was in there yet.
Okay, yeah, so at the bottom of the first page, I tried
Page is it
to, of the packet. Oh, a lot.
Or is it what page it is in the budget?
In the budget, yeah.
Well, it's not in the budget, is it? I think it's at the end of the packet.
Wouldn't it
It's
be
at
in
the
the
end of
budget
the
book?
packet.
It's at the
Oh.
very end of the packet.
Because you haven't put it in.
Oh,
the
she
budget.
hasn't put it in the budget book yet. That's
Right,
why I didn't
because
see it. Because she
it's a
had me
draft and I
review the
need-
budget book and I didn't see it when I reviewed
Which
the budget.
version of the packet is at the end of?
The new
The
one
newest
that
one.
came today.
It's like 2:05.
All right, no, I think I found
I
it.
think it's on the
It's
second
not,
newest.
it's not the end, there's minutes after it.
Yes,
That's
but it's pretty
All right.
close.
All right, so
I
it's
think
not in
2:04.
the actual, the town warrant book yet, okay.
Yet.
So that's why I didn't see it.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks to my dodgy internet connection, I cannot load the packet for tonight's meeting
Oh,
on
I
my
see.
computer, but
Um,
I do have the original doc. I
Oh,
see
I
it's
was gonna
loading on
say,
yours. I'm glad it's loading
yeah.
on somebody's, working for somebody. I don't know why it's not working for
Are
me.
you connected to the Reading Public Library and then you have to accept the internet?
I did connect to the Reading Public Library. Pardon the public tech support going on here. Just curious.
So you're talking about the 3.43
Yes.
increase
Right.
number that you have
So
in the.
the 3.14 being less than 3.43 seems like a good thing that I would like to highlight. And the town number, which I guess is more than 1.7?
I
I
think
don't
it's
know what the
1.4.
Well, it's 1.4, 1.7.
It ends up being
but
1.4
I-
after I
I'm-
changed that property casualty.
I'm trying to do an apples to apples comparison against the 2.75 because you all did, the narrative here is you all were already displaying some creativity. I say you all, town staff, came into this with creativity at the beginning with the whole, well, what if we went for 3% overall, but slightly more than that for the school and slightly less than that for the town. And then, as far as I understand it, both sides proceeded to come in under those projected budgets.
So I don't get that the school came in under the 3.43 because the number that I gave them is the number I see in their budget. So that's where I'm not sure about. I didn't know that was.
3.14.
Yeah, because if you look at
Do
their,
you see their numbers?
in the school committee,
I mean, the number that they put into our accounting software matches the number I said was 3.43. So I don't know.
it's the same number, 3.43 and 3.14. I don't understand.
So I don't know if that's an error or if they're putting in a budget that's lower than what I told them they could have, but that's not what they've entered into the Munis system.
All right, so this is good feedback. I want to remove things from the budget summary that are
I'm
not.
looking at this page is end 204. It's at the end of the packet. I
Yeah.
hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah.
so.
And then whereas the
I don't know if they're calculating it differently, but
yes. So whereas page 92 of the budget, 96 of the packet is where I got the 3.14. Sorry, we're looking at two different
I'd have to
things.
look at what they're doing there. What page is that?
92 of the budget, or it's 96 of my PDF.
Jackie has it up if you can
Yes,
see that,
or you
Sharon.
just look at the screen.
Oh, I didn't know she had
Yes.
it up.
Well,
See, I don't know, that doesn't do anything.
That's
for me.
separating operating and special ed accommodating
Right.
costs, so maybe that.
and what my understanding was that we got,
That can't be right.
our free cash recommendation was based on
I
them
think
having a
that-
need of
I think that the issue they
3.43.
might have is that, the community
Is-
priority
are there-
might be making an issue where they have it. Like last year was this year is the last year that they had the 150,000 community priority. Maybe that's driving their numbers, but they've got something wrong there because to my knowledge, in my budget, they have used every cent I gave them.
All right, which, that's how budgets usually work.
I mean, I don't see why they would come in under.
We can get the packet from 2 weeks ago and Phil Littlehill
I think
was
there's
here
got to be an error somewhere in how they calculated that because that's not what I have.
I remember I asked you that same question the next day when I was doing the budget message.
I thought it was because of, because a lot of people were asking the question about the 2%. They said their budget only went 2%. Maybe it was you who asked me, maybe it was you. But I showed that their budget is 53,815,771. That's what they spent. And that is 3.43 over what it was last year. Oh, here's the thing. I think it's,
Yeah, okay, so it's
Yeah.
February 20.
Because they're funding out of.
They were here.
See, I have to add, in order to bring into the baseline the community priority, I have to add it in here. It doesn't look like they've added it in. And then 75,000 extra that we gave them, so, yeah, I think it's just a matter of them not including the community priority in their
They
baseline.
presented 3.14% to us 2 weeks ago. I'm
Yep.
looking at the presentation.
I think it's because they have the extra column for community priority. I think that 150, they're not calculating it including that 150.
Oh, okay, hold on.
There's a difference that relates to that community priority. In order for that community priority to be built in, I have to bring it into the base every year until it goes away. So I'm guessing the way I'm calculating it, the way they're calculating it. So either my number's wrong or theirs, but there's a difference in the way we're doing it. And
I thought, no, their community priority was for kindergarten, and didn't they finally, now it's free, and so.
yes, it is. And so that was fiscal 26, but the way our budget is built, in order to make sure that that is part of the baseline, each year that you add it, you have to add it into the year that you're starting to budget for to make sure it's there.
Right on.
So I just pulled out my calculator on my computer. You're 100% correct. If I compare the FY27 number to the initial allocation of FY26, it's 3.43. If I compare it to the combined initial allocation plus community priority for FY26, it's 3.14. So they did. Okay, so this is definitely something in the. This is why it's a draft budget summary and not the final one.
I don't think it is a material difference, but I'm not sure which one is wrong.
I'm not gonna brag that they got under 343 if they just got 343. Getting 343 is impressive enough.
I have it at 343, but maybe one of us is wrong, but I have them spending the whole
I think this is
815, 771, which is correct. I thought you were saying that they didn't spend it all and that the number was lower than that, but that's what I have.
Because of community priority. So yeah, it is again in a way. All right, okay, so that's.
I mean, if you put it in at 3.14, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal, but.
No, it's just there's a narrative here about everything that you all staff have done through the year to make this budget work, and I want to include all the parts that are real and none of the parts that I made up.
So now I've got to check the math, like which number is right, but I thought you were saying they didn't spend the whole budget, and I'm like, I know they did.
Yep. Ed?
Sure, I haven't had a chance to talk to you since we saw this a couple weeks ago. And I know that they, kind of all hands on deck, full creativity. One of the areas that was raised by superintendent and the finance director was, and I believe I might have this wrong, but they were looking, and I think as related to special ed, they were utilizing both like this year's allocation and then next year's allocation.
School choice.
Okay, was it school choice? And using that and kind of pulling that in and kind of creating to be able to kind of solve where we are today, but then creating kind of a further whole.
Yeah, a bigger hole for the future.
For future.
That's why I say fiscal 28, I can't see how this budget works.
Okay, so yeah,
that's on the agenda too.
Yeah, so I guess from and I don't think this is the case, but just taking that scenario, that's not something that we've done on the town side, correct?
Not that I can think of, nothing I can think of. The one thing that we'd like to change in the future that we haven't been able to is the seniors have asked for more programming money, and we've never really had a large amount of programming money. Programs that they would participate in have always been cash pay or kind of subsidized a little bit by a small budget, but nothing like what they had for ARPA. Obviously with the Recal Center, that's something we're thinking we'd like to look at because we do get an elder services grant. It's about $100,000 every year, and we use it towards the staff that help run the senior center. It would be nice to be able to fully staff the senior center without support from a grant, to use that grant for programming. So it's always been kind of a thought, but we're in the space of cut, we can't add, even if we want to, we can't add. And so that's one thing in the future that we know that is been asked about that we can't seem to fund, that in like unified sports, things like that, but nothing like where we're digging ourselves a bigger hole, I guess.
So just to kind of follow along, and it's a perfect segue. It's another question that I had, and I hope it's appropriate for timing wise, Joe. Sorry if it's not. But
I couldn't stop.
How are we tracking the leftover community priorities? So like you just mentioned, the stuff for elder services, the stuff for unified and adaptive sports, things that have started to come up more in discussions. I know for the schools, pre-K is mentioned. There are other pieces that are out there. How do we collect it, and how do we prioritize those community priorities, once they're all in the same bucket. And then how do we, what the process as far as kind of moving that forward and how that looks? I guess there's a lot to unpack there, but. So
we don't use community priorities very often at all. The fact that we've used it for the last several years to get the full day K paid, free, not paid. Yep. That was an effort that took a few years, yep. But normally that line is blank. We don't normally have something unless something has to be added that benefits both sides typically. The last time I'd seen it used prior to that was for an SRO, like they needed another school resource officer over at the schools, and that benefited both town and school side. And also we will use it if there's something that's new that but again, it's always something that might need to, like software, like that licensing for the building security. That's another area where we had to build up a budget. But I think we actually incorporated that into the town budget and took the hit. I don't think we did a community priority, but sometimes there are things like that. And as they come up, we organically just determine, is this something that makes sense to make a community priority, or do we wait until we can find some other funding source? There's not usually a ton of requests, but this unified sports has been talked about, and normally if our budget was healthier, I wouldn't have thought anything but adding that, but not right now. When I'm told to cut, I don't add. But it does seem like a worthy cause, and in a normal year that we're not struggling financially. I mean, it would be up to FinCom and Select Board to kind of chime in and let me know. I don't think that that's worthy of your community priority. But I share with you and figured we might be on the same page with that $80,000 was impossible in a 2.75% budget to pull in for this licensing for the public safety software. I assumed that you would be okay with it, and it did seem like you were. But generally, that conversation would probably happen with all those groups. It would be happening with the school and the town manager, FinCom and Select Board. Do we all agree? So the first ones to hear about my thoughts was the Select Board, because they were the first round of our budget conversation, and they didn't seem to have an issue with it. Obviously, if they did, we would have had to rework things. But it was a difficult budget, to say the least.
100%.
I mean,
no, I totally get it.
If I can just make an observation, everything she said, and then also, normally in the budget process, over time, you have a level 1 budget, right? The level 1 budget is what your department heads say is if we had the right amount of funding, this is what it looks like. We haven't really presented level 1 budgets in a couple of years. Mm-hmm. The guidance that's coming in is level fund or 2.5%. And so we're kind of skipping past what level 1 looks like and really just going to kind of level 2, and the town manager's always away, and then we're coming again and, and reducing that. So having the conversation about where department heads really need to be hasn't really been happening. And so those pieces are just we can't fund Conservation Commission to where they want to be. We can't fund Elder and Human Services Programming to where we would like it to be. And there's some growing pains there as well coming off of the ARPA funds. Okay. Sure. And there's a new software that we're putting in there, and the Recreation Revolving Fund paid for that. So that's not coming out of the general fund. And adaptive sports, both in recreation and then in the school department, super important. Again, we can't add in when we're already trying to reduce. So, my recommendation going forward is that we really make an effort to have a real level 1 conversation. What does level 1 actually look like? And then we make those and start paying attention to where do we need to be. Operations department needs adaptive. We need software to make our website ADA accessible by next April. This is state law. It's not in this budget. So we don't have that. And that came up way late in the budget process that we realized we had to figure out that. So that's a different problem. We're gonna have to figure that out, but it's not in here.
Do you know how much that software would cost?
It's I think between 5 and 6, it's based on your population. We have a briefing coming up.
And it's an annual expense?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we're looking to see if there are other ways that we can make that happen as well. But other communities it's layered on top of your website, so it converts all your PDFs, because we have just legacy PDFs that cannot be read by screen readers because they appear as an image. So
AI can do that,
We have to
For
build
free,
it into the
but not for
machine.
free.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yeah, exactly.
it'll cost you $5 or $6 a year.
But I'm not bringing that forward as like something that needs to be funded. I'm just, these are, as a process goes, we need to get back to what does level one actually look like and have the department head say that, and everybody's gonna be like, woof, and then what are we gonna do?
So, if you can just, on that piece, so, walk me through that, in that scenario, like there's a level one, like on a calendar, like when does, like, when would that kind of come through and, like as we look at it from like.
Do you want a normal year or do you want FY28?
Let's do FY28.
I was gonna say, I know which one I want, and it's that one. Go on.
Yeah, so if you watch the select board meeting last night, you'll recall my memo to them that asked them to do a retreat in May.
Yes.
And I asked them to do that retreat and we're gonna start planning that. And the intention there, among other things, is to start to give the select board, okay, you're the select board, we wanna have you sort of directing the policy, where do you wanna go here, and getting ahead of that. And then we start the work. Sharon starts the work on every fiscal year in July. It begins in July. And we start with, capital planning meetings, and then we have other capital planning meetings later in the year, but it's a long process. So we need to start talking about, okay, where do we want to be? What direction are we gonna try and go? Are we gonna work for an override or not work for an override? When do we want that to be? Those conversations have to happen. And then we start, in July. FY28 is going to be a lift.
Can I ask a question, just not to bring up a new topic, but with an override, are you trying to look at what, like I've seen Winchester has an override in like a week. And they had and other communities, they've had override planning committees that maybe get appointed by the select board or appointed by FinCom. Stoneham
Great
had
idea.
one. I don't think we had ad hoc community groups the last time around, but I don't believe we
That's
had
correct.
anything internal. So that
I
would
was
be a
on
different approach.
the staff did the background work, and then the community groups came forward.
And we're limited to what we can say on the,
100%, yeah.
we can
can't
only give them
advocate.
facts, we can't
Right.
advocate. Yeah.
Similar to what we did for school buildings.
Right, yeah, exactly. So we did,
Facts only.
the select board put out a survey for the 2018.
Oh, right, and why the previous one didn't pass, because that's what I remember when I first saw you.
That's right. That was exactly right. So that's when I did the analysis on that. We presented that, and then that data that we gathered to help kind of pick what the sweet spot would be for what we thought would pass, and that bore out. So
I'm just, we're jumping around the agenda, but I'm kind of happy. This agenda covers, but no, don't be sorry, because this agenda covers a lot of topics that are interrelated, and it is not possible to, I'm, later we're gonna talk about Article 14, which talks about, one way of funding unified sports, but community priority is another way of funding unified sports, and I don't know how we can, actually, I'm trying to think about how this could work at town meeting. For example, if people wanted to say, oh, this should be a community priority versus saying this should be Burbank funds versus
They could
none of
pay
the above.
fees like the seniors or pay some of it, right?
I suppose, yeah,
I
that's
think the
not,
school department's very committed to keeping unified sports and unpaid.
Rec
Yeah.
could be different.
That could be different, for sure.
Because it's also gonna draw people from outside of Reading too.
I mean, if they wanted to, they could add free cash to our budget, but it's already a whopping number, so I don't know.
Yes.
But they could say, we think this is worthwhile to community priority and increase that number, whatever that number has to be.
I thought of a question, I think I know the answer, but I'll go ahead and ask it because it's kind of along the lines of what you're saying, which is, given that we're coming in $300,000 under FinCom's guidance, why not add an $80,000 community priority or whatever for, 80,000 was the number we did for the software. I don't know what the number would be for.
The software wasn't optional. though.
Right, software wasn't off, I understand that, but then whatever the, I don't actually know, by the way, what this hypothetical amount, there's no numbers in the. we haven't got-
$25,000.
I think it's only 25.
Okay, right, so-
Because we were told to cut. Like,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
add
but
anything
that's
new.
a-
I didn't feel comfortable introducing it, so.
Yeah, so, but that's I understand that you are trying to, serve the residents of Reading. As a resident of Reading, I greatly appreciate that. But where's the part where the residents of Reading say, no, actually, we want this one?
They can do that at town meeting floor. You could actually tell me today, add it in, if we want it in, you know, like it's really up to the volunteer committees to guide us. And like you're telling us at Financial Forum, this is the max I can see us using for free cash, build a budget based on it. And if I come to you and I say, I've reduced it, Michael, can you add this back? You could certainly do that. That's definitely under your charge. You could say to me, hey, add the 25,000, I want that in there.
So 25, that's the number that's been identified for unified and adaptive sports? Is that what, or is that something different?
So unified, the school department is currently funding it to the tune of about $20,000.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
they make that work,
Yep.
but it is not easy. They pull that from their athletic revolving and other sources.
Sure.
The request is about $25,000. That would allow them to expand the program to elementary school and more middle school, high school programming.
And that's only school side. That's not nothing on the.
Unified Sports is the only adaptive program that's going on in the school department, and that's the request for the adaptive, the Unified Sports.
So the 25 number is a school number versus a recreation number.
That's correct. Yep. And that's just to give you a sense of size. Unified Sports increased 80% this year in participation.
And if you didn't add the money, town meeting has that opportunity as well. They could stand up and say, I want to modify this budget to include this much money for unified sports at this much money. And so it would increase the number we've presented in front of them.
And then that automatically, sorry, I'm
You're
like,
good.
and that automatically, if that happens, that just automatically comes from free cash.
Yeah, there would be no other source because
Gotcha.
we've got a
Yeah,
balanced
sorry.
budget.
Strictly speaking, I think we would be saying it comes from free cash, but yes, that's,
Sorry.
of that would be all of the choices.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Kind of just goes against the message, I'm sorry.
I'll wait as long as I have to.
Appreciate your patience.
This is a question that maybe you guys don't fully know the answer to, but for the unified sports program, so my kid is going into 9th grade next year and we just learned about unified PE. Is this limited to the unified PE program or is this extracurricular? I know there's like a basketball program.
I think it's extracurricular. So
Okay.
yeah, it's typically developing and
Yep.
you know, folks that need some more supports. It covers their coach, it covers referees, it covers athletic trainers, it covers transportation, equipment, officials.
I wasn't sure if this affected the in-school unified phys ed class.
I don't think so. I think if it's during the school day, that's something that is covered by the regular school budget.
I mean, where I'm going with, I mean, again, I'm trying to figure out what's the right way to even talk about this because we will have, at town meeting, we may or may not discuss Article 14 before we discuss the budget. Usually, I'm assuming we're gonna do the budget on the second night of town meeting as we usually do. So it kind of depends on how long we decide to argue about CPA, I think.
See you on day 5.
Joe, are you just asking or saying that like mechanically, if based on the order that we take the warrant articles, so if we passed on the budget and then we did 14 and then 14 changes it, do we have to go back?
I actually think 14 is meant to be a savings account really, because to be honest.
So we would just do it in the budget.
I mean,
We would do it in the budget discussion. If someone wanted to be able to add the 25, they would just do it during the budget discussion. It's really
Yeah,
unrelated
it
to
would
14.
be under the budget discussion.
Gotcha, okay, sorry.
And Article 14 could be alongside of it as an additional funding source to expand the
Gotcha.
program. But in truth, the Burbank only turns over money when it has access to turn over to us. If they're doing a lot of capital improvements to the building, the formula they use to pay rent to us is after they've paid out their capital and funded their capital reserve and all of that. So when they have a lot of capital, we don't get anything. So
Sure,
there may not be anything to go in it for a few years.
100%. That's why it's imperfect.
All right.
Yeah, that's why it's imperfect.
So I'm gonna suggest a way that we can go forward because we're sort of bouncing. Like, okay, great discussion. Like, I'm very interested in this. I'm glad we're gonna talk about this. I've heard so many people talk to me about these things, and I'm really glad to get to actually like talk to the actual experts. Earlier, I was going to mention that if it is okay with the committee, I'd like to vote on the budget at the end of the meeting. That would give people on Zoom who maybe wanted to drop off before we voted on 39 line items could do so.
Same Mark and Sully.
And so, but on the other hand, would not exclude those people from any other part of this meeting or discussion, because I do really appreciate Mark and John's contributions.
Oh, geez,
So-
you shouldn't have said that.
No objection from me.
No.
Yeah, so, but given that we won't have voted on it, we could also come back to discussing it, because, you know, I expect to learn some things when we get to that part of the warrant. And we're gonna talk about that first. So yeah, there's a question of we won't have closed our, this committee won't have closed our options with our opinions about the budget before we talk about the warrant. And then, again, we gotta figure out what's going on at town meeting so that people understand, you know, if they vote on this, they've implicitly voted on something else.
So I wanted to make something clear, because you had said something about, you know, the budget and in terms of when do people have the opportunity to make changes. So we used to do the budget as level one used to be, as Jane said, everything you really need, or that you think, if you could have anything to get your budget optimal, what would it be? It used to be that. And then we would show that as our first presentation. It would go to the select board. We get comments back from the select board. And knowing that that's not the budget we're gonna get because we can't afford it. But then Bob would be able to make a list of everything that had to be cut to get down to what the real budget is, so that you can see that we can't run at the level we really think we want to.
Yeah.
So that there's that level one that's usually would go to, like, the level one is the department head's ideal budget.
Yep.
And then it would be presented to the select board, and then the town manager would come back with a balanced budget without all that stuff. And, you know, and it goes on that process. So it's like level one is the department heads, level two is like what we bring to the select board and Bob cuts it. Level three would be with the cuts. Level four would be coming to you, and you can make changes and you vote on those changes, and then that goes to town meeting. Level five is town meeting. They're the ultimate authority. What they say goes. If they want to change this budget in any way, shape, or form to from what we have, they have that power. So it does lend itself with all the levels to many levels where there could be resident participation in the approach and making comments that might help us drive the bus in the direction they'd like us to go. So I just figured I'd mention that.
Yeah. It sounds like there might be a question for the moderator, not part of this discussion here, about how to, because it does seem like the budget discussion and the Article 14 discussion are not independent. And so we're gonna have one of these things where people are trying to debate two different articles at once, which is of course not normally how it works.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's a moderator question, not an us question.
Okay.
So. All right, as for us questions,
Have we done anything on the agenda?
No,
I mean,
it's 8 o'clock.
No, honestly, I don't mean that.
I can answer that question. I will take that question seriously at face value and
Yes,
answer at face value.
I
Which
don't
is to say that we have
normally
retired the first 3 bullets up through liaison reports. We have made some progress on discussing the budget, discussing financial articles for town meeting, discussing process for FY28 override, discussing future meeting agendas, and discussing the report too. So we have touched on all of those.
Yeah, I just know we didn't cross any of them off.
I haven't crossed any of them off. And
Absolutely nothing, sorry.
so I believe the first one to cross off, if I'm not wrong here, might be the warrant, the annual 2026 annual town meeting. So if it's okay with everybody, let's move on to that and get our actual presentation from our acting town manager about this year's town meeting we're about to have.
As if watching last night's select board meeting.
That's my secret, I didn't watch it.
She's got it on the screen, let's see. So the first few articles I probably,
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, I can't read that with these glasses. These glasses are at this distance, so
so if we
bear
could,
with me 1 second.
the first one that we would go to is, it's this summarized one. I thought that we showed the one that goes to,
The full one to the printer.
yeah, the one that goes to the printer. So Article 3 is that the one that's the capital? Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's Article 4, sorry,
Yeah.
she's on Article 3. So Article 4.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, there it is, it is, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah.
So Article 4 is where we.
That's the capital improvement plan.
One at a time, everybody, sorry.
Yes, sure.
So Article 4 is your standard capital improvement changes. Every time we're preparing for a town meeting, it's an opportunity to update our capital plan. So we meet with all department heads and we make some changes. This year, facilities expressed some concern for the fiscal 26. They need to replace the town hall AC unit. And they also need to do some work on the town hall rubber roof. And so they've asked for $80,000 for that. So that's a change that came out of those meetings. And then there was 65,000 net change for fiscal 27. So when I originally put in the budget for fiscal 27, the capital had this Bobcat skid for facilities, and they said, we don't need that for another 2 years, you could push that out. So that was part of the savings that I incorporated. Debt in this capital was part of that money. And then there was a mower that got moved out 3 years, and in order to not have to change the number, I just increased paving by 12,500. Because paving has just been an area where I'm just throwing whatever I can at it because it's just not enough. In fiscal 28, we have $564,000 in change, and 500,000 of it is debt. And that is for field lighting. We have, was that a storm that took down the lights at Crystal
Yes,
Field?
we had a microburst, yep.
So that's for us to do some replacement work there. 164,000 for a garage generator, 300,000 for a simulation mannequin for the fire department. They use that for like medical emergencies. And 100,000 for town common electrical updates. So that's the changes to the general fund for capital. Under enterprise, I don't think we have any.
Do we know on the dummy or the mannequin, like what happened to the old one? It just has to get updated.
It's aged, yeah, it's old.
But they use it a lot for their training. It keeps them sharp.
Actually, there's a picture of the old one right now on our website as part of a press release for their new heart monitor, the Zoll Xenix heart monitors that was supported
awesome.
last year. It's really, really cool. And WHDH.
You've seen it?
I went over, I talked to
Nobody
the.
invites me, I never see it.
I will, I'll tell the chief. So, no, it's really cool. And so these mannequins give better feedback into how we train our staff and with these employees.
So unlike the old ones that you learn CPR on, that they're actually much more active, it sounds like.
Yes, they have a lot more feedback, a lot more detail. It tells you, and like the new monitors tell you if your CPR is deep enough into the chest, if you're over oxygenating the patient or under oxygenating the patient, you know, all kinds of detail that we're getting in the monitors, and the mannequin is meant to go along with that.
Okay, thanks.
Marianne?
I just had a question with the light pole that fell at the high school. That would that have been covered by the property and liability insurance?
You would have thought.
And it was to the tune of $25,000 for all of them.
I don't understand it. It doesn't replace it, that's for sure.
No, it's not replacement value in this case. We did work with Maya on that. They gave us what they could give us for that. I mean, you know, you get more coverage in your buildings and things like that. So they were, when they came down from the microburst, right, and then their RMLD was called in to evaluate the other poles like this. I don't know if you've been down there, but there are padding around those poles, and that padding did a tremendous job retaining moisture next to wooden poles, and that's the end of that. So they're like, these all have to go. And then they did an evaluation of a number of poles all through town, and they, you know, are really fabulous to work with. So they came out very quickly. The area was taped off because it wasn't safe until it could be made safe. So,
So will the replacement poles be metal or the same, like wooden or?
I think they're going to work it into the Birch Meadow Phase 3 and work the lighting in that angle. So that hasn't been decided, but it's not going to be this fiscal year. So it can be for certain sports that are playing it, they'll do like movable lighting.
The generator ones.
Yeah.
Generators, yep.
They're right.
This is a point of order, so I'm going to go ahead and interrupt. Just note that I think the select board is de facto adjourned because Carlo has dropped off. So for whoever's doing those, you know, extremely short select board minutes or whatever, just letting you all know. Sorry, please continue.
I was just, if we're gonna put the lighting into Birch Meadow Phase 3, why does it appear on the?
It wasn't that a temporary repair.
Oh, I may have misspoken, my friends.
I thought that they had
I
said
think
that at
this-
first too, but then they said, no, I think we're gonna need it before we even get to that.
I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. I had a brief conversation in the
There's no
hallway with Jim
lights
Sullivan
over there
about
now.
this 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, I think this is just for Driscoll Field, but there is lighting in the Birch Meadow
There
Phase
was
3.
some discussion of having it part of Birch Meadow Phase 3, but I think that won't have taken off quick enough. And
As I
we're gonna be with
recall, that they wanted to get some lights maybe that didn't need the padding because they were further out of the field, and that would have been appropriate for phase 3, but
Yeah.
with no lighting, yeah, maybe.
They have none now.
No, there
I
is-
think
there's
did they
nothing
say they
now.
have generators to put some kind of light?
I did have a conversation, well, that might be for, I'm sorry, it's for this season. They'll be okay for this season. I think these lights will go up next spring, maybe in the fall. Ryan Percival's on, and I don't know how well he's read into this particular issue, but he might be able to give us a little color.
I certainly can. This is, if you want to think of this as 2B, phase 2B. So we're going to come in and replace these prior to phase 3 because we need lights. We're hoping next year.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
I was gonna ask about town common electrical upgrades. I mean, the, like most residents, the only electrical lighting or electrical anything on the common I'm aware of are the holiday lights.
That's right.
Which are, is this just in support of that? Is this for anything else?
I think wasn't it related to that?
I think it's related to the holiday lights. Chris Cole is on, and I think he is prepared.
Yeah, I can just mention briefly on that. That's more or less just a placeholder for right now for a few years out because we are going to have to make some upgrades to the electrical on the common from the wiring, the underground conduit to the outlets that the lights for the trees plug into because they are quite old. So.
Cool. Just wonder if there's anything else there that I didn't know about, but.
No, that's pretty much it.
Jackie, can you scroll up so we can see enterprise?
Yeah, we can move on to enterprise. I think that was all the questions for general fund, but thank you.
I don't know if I had any changes. I don't think I did.
There's a,
There's one, yes. So there's a request in fiscal 27 for 150,000 for a water capital master plan. I don't know when the last one was done, but it will help us identify, capital needs within the water department. And that was requested by Chris Cole.
Okay.
Anything else? Looks like that's the only thing we have related to enterprise. Questions?
I have a procedural question for the committee. Do we want to vote on these as we go through them, or do we want to vote on them like bang, bang, bang at the end?
Go ahead and vote on this.
Yeah. Let's start knocking these out. Let's start crossing off a few lines, as it
There we go,
were.
there we
We
go.
haven't crossed off enough lines. Let's cross off some lines. So in that case, obviously Finance Committee needs to vote on a recommendation on Article 4 here. Any further discussion before we vote? Can I have a motion?
Move to recommend the contents of Article, is this 4?
4.
4, I had to scroll up, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Recommend the contents of Article 4 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. That was close. All right. Last chance for discussion. Seeing none, starting on Zoom. Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Making sure I'm not missing anyone on Zoom. Ed, you don't count because you're here. Jeffrey?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Donna? Marianne?
Yes.
And Joe Carnahan, yes. That is what? 8-0. Yeah, we're missing Andrea. That's it. So, all right.
And Joe, I can talk to it if you want. If you want to get that out of the
Oh,
way.
yeah, let's go ahead and
if you
let
wanna
me
sign
open
it,
that up
so.
here. I don't have a place to write this down.
Or
We'll
if you want
start
to do it at the
writing
end,
it
I
down.
don't care.
No, this is cool.
He's going to present, yeah.
Reports. No, I want to write this down and we should start with this. All right.
Should use the clarify that a little, so.
Yeah, no, that's,
Joe
Yeah.
going for the easy one, I like it.
Low hanging fruit, Joe.
it's helping us get through our agenda and I appreciate that. And I want to reward that by going with it. All right, let's continue then. Can we please hear about our next financial article, which I assume is 5. Oh, boy, howdy. Go
Okay.
ahead.
You ready for me to go through it?
As I'll ever be.
Yeah,
I have read it.
I wasn't ready for it. Anyway, so health insurance, we're going to need a little bit more money at April town meeting, another 400,000, where enrollment is up about 1.7% over what it was last year. At the same time, in addition, we had in January, our MedX, which is our supplemental plan for Medicare for our seniors, it went up 14% more. So last year, if you recall, it went up 19%. This year, it's up 14%. So the combination of increased enrollment and the increase in cost as of January 1 for MedX, that 400,000 comes from there. Unemployment, we need another 120,000. I don't know what's going on with unemployment, but it seems like it's growing every year. But one of the things that I learned from conversation with HR and one of the agents that we deal with, a third-party agent related to unemployment, that I didn't know, is that you would think unemployment is based solely on our decisions to lay people off, or and to some extent that is what it is. We are self-insured for unemployment. However, if we have somebody leave our employ and within 15 months of just leaving on their own accord, if they end up on unemployment, we get a share of their unemployment. And so, because I mean, sometimes we'd be like, that person left on their own, why are they on my report? And so if they end up on unemployment because they're laid off from their new job or whatever, we end up with a fraction of it because we don't pay into the pool, is the way it was explained to me. So, but still, even with the numbers increasing the way they are, the only way we could get in, as a municipality, we pay self-employed. We'll actually pay all the claims that come in for us. But if we get into the pool, in order to get in the pool, you have to pay like, I think it's 1 or 2% of your gross payroll to get in, and you've got to pay that for 2 years. And then it goes down to like 0.5%, but still it ends up being more than what we're paying now, even though the number almost looks like it's doubling this year. It's still less than what it would cost us to be in the pool. And it's beyond our control, unfortunately. Workers' comp, I had taken away $90,000 at November town meeting as extra savings. And what happens every year with workers' comp is they bill us our workers' comp based on the jobs that people are working, and it's usually probably based on the prior year. And then they do an audit of what was your actual payroll and the employees that were actually on and what our actual payroll is. They came back with a $31,000 adjustment to their bills. So I have to ask for that because I took away the extra. Minuteman doesn't have any students. There's $55,000 there that we have budgeted. We haven't had students there in a few years, but we always keep a baseline in case kids go there. But Essex North is, they're up 32% over the prior year, and we need $65,000 for their assessment. So it's a net increase of 10. And then we have the vacation buyout for our town manager at $45,000. The IT, the clerks, the $4,500, that's just a reclass between salaries and expense. So some of the professional services that we sometimes hire out, we have IT clerks that we hire interns for our IT clerks that have that same skill set. So he just wanted to reclass $4,500 so he could actually have the interns that he employs do that work instead of the professional services. And it probably is cheaper, to be honest. And then I tried to find as much savings to help buffer the blow of this article. So in public services, we had some attrition savings of $25,000. I took that away. Veterans aid is continuing to decline, and there was an additional amount. I took $70,000 away from their budget because it seemed that they would not be using it by June. Finance, I had some attrition savings of $10,000. Also in finance, every 5 years, the assessor has to do a full reval of all of the properties. And in order to do that, because they have to touch every property, they do get some consulting services in to help get that work done. And that's $75,000. So you only see that in there once every 5 years. We don't build it into our budget because it would make it kind of be wonky down. We tend to ask for it at a November town meeting, so it's not built into the base anywhere. Public safety, police overtime, they need an additional $250,000. From what I understand, they have a lot of openings that have been driving overtime. They have one police officer who's in the reserves, who's deployed.
That's correct. Yep.
In addition, they have been covering a lot of public events, and we've never really been able to fund that. I don't know, he had details. So when Fidel was here, he had told them, look, you have to cover the events when they were doing the beer gardens and all that stuff. So a lot of events are falling onto the police overtime budget that I hadn't realized personally that we were doing as much as we were. And so they need an additional $250,000 to get to the end of the year. Public works wages, we had some attrition savings of about $100,000 from open positions, so I took that out. Snow and ice, we needed a whopping $800,000, which hurts. I don't think I've seen that number like that in a long time. We have some savings in street light expenses that we're taking at $20,000, but in the end, the net effect of all of this is $1,586,000 of free cash, which really is a lot and was hard for me to digest. But Mother Nature did not want to cooperate this year. And that's the big piece of it, just about half of it is snow and ice, but still a lot of money. Questions?
Go ahead, Joe.
Like the 800,000, have we spent all that yet, or you have a buffer still in there?
It looks like it's been spent or encumbered. So what happens is when we sign contracts, or we know we have expenses related to an event, we do POs and that holds money. So between expenses and the money being held, there's only like $28,000 after this 800,000, because I kind of put it in there because it's allowed to be deficit spending. In talking to Chris Cole, we came up with this number. I put it in there as a dummy number that I'm going to ask for it at town meeting, hoping the number wouldn't be as I put in there. I said, no, you're never going to spend that. And here we are. Looks like we're spending it. And hopefully they won't run over that. Hopefully we're done with this now and it will be fine. I do remember last year there was something that Chris and I hadn't thought of that happens that I hope, I tried to call him earlier to see there's something that gets paid out at the end for all the people who do snow and ice, like some sort of stipend that gets paid out that we pay it at the end of the season. And it was about $30,000 last year. So it would probably wipe out what's left. I think there was $28,000 in there. If that hasn't already been paid, we could go a little more negative. So you might see it as a FinCom request, but I'm at the point where I'm not touching this anymore. Like I don't want to add any more to this number. But yeah.
We'll wait for the sun to melt it, yeah. So the 5-year revaluation, so does that mean like assessed values most likely would go up because we have done this for 5 years and based on the real estate price history?
I don't know if it necessarily means that the values will go up, but it generally means that they have to take a look at every single property, but they're doing that every year, but they're not getting to every property every year. At the 5-year reval, they need to have touched all the properties. So it could mean that the assessed values could go up. I guess it just depends.
But it's not across the board. You're saying it could be the percentage that's left haven't been like fully assessed or.
But because they're doing a reval through the DOR, they need to have, proof of every one of them being touched.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Before anyone watching this gets, this is just responding to Joe, adding something to what Joe said. Before anyone watching this gets nervous, if everyone's property value goes up by the same amount, that has exactly no effect on anyone's taxes, because the taxes is governed by Proposition 2.5, and so it'd just be a lower rate on a higher evaluation. Go ahead, Marianne.
I can't remember if I thought I heard this one. We had the police presentation about the overtime. Are we going to charge organizations a fee now, or for police detail?
That's what I advised him. I was surprised to hear that there were some events that were, let's say done by the Chamber of Commerce that we're paying for, that he was charging to his budget. That I wasn't aware that was a directive that he was given.
How many of the events are run by the town? Is it mostly private entities, whether it's, a parade or
certain things they have to cover, but I'm not entirely sure. Do you know?
Yeah, so we have some town-sponsored events, but if it's sponsored by like the library, for instance, the library pays for the detail out of their budget.
Well, if they pay, then the chamber should pay, right?
I've already had those conversations with the chamber for sure. So we became more aware of where the police overtime budgets and had these conversations recently. So in a recent meeting with the chamber, I put them on notice. That particular event requires 4 officers. What was Winterfest, which will now be, I think, April Fest. But it could still be Winterfest with the way this winter's going, right? So
There's an $800,000 line there that makes that a really unfunny joke.
Is that the only overtime, and do you also require DPW overtime for cleanup after these events too?
There are setup and
well, but that's
cleanup
not in the
fees.
police overtime.
No, it would be regular
No, but I mean,
DPW.
are we incurring other
I think we-
expenses for these events too?
We do, and I see what you mean. We do have overtime events and also in facilities for some of these events. There are overtime, like the Fall Street Fair, and so we're working with event coordinators. We met with Rotary, we met with Chamber recently to let them, and some other entities, let them know that either we can do what we can to reduce those overtime costs, right? It's pouring rain out, maybe we don't need, the Rotary pays for their overtime.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
do
if they
for
held it in
DPW.
the school, they'd be paying for custodian events, but our ground, if it's on
Of
our
course,
property, it's not free.
Right, no, but Rotary pays for their details. I'm not sure about the police details with that. I know they pay the DPW details. So, yeah, I mean, we have to have these conversations right now with these boards. I've asked for an estimate on what the details will cost for the chamber for this event, because it's kind of short notice that we've told them that the world is changing.
Do other communities charge for these things too? Is it a precedent? Then it's a no-brainer to me, but.
I don't disagree.
Following up on that topic myself, because I have a few stickers on here that might suggest that I'm involved in the Pride Parade in June. And I understand that the decision's already been made for that one, that the town will not be funding the detail, that we have to fundraise for it, which again, makes sense. It's what, as long as the same rules for everyone, then that makes sense. So it sounds like maybe it's just like, obviously we are paying overtime here because there must have been some details in the past that the town did pay for. But are we saying going forward across the board, everybody, so.
It's a better stewardship of our resources to, require that. And work with event organizers as well to tailor the event to maybe not require as many details. The Pride Parade's a wonderful event, and the way that works in order to get through the lights because of the route.
It doesn't necessarily involve streets because it's a parade, so I get that.
Yeah, and so we have quite a few officers that, have to help out on that. And, part of you can't take just people off shift, because if we're taking officers off shift, then they're not available to respond. We've tried to do that. During COVID, it was easier to do that for certain events because it wasn't really busy in town. There weren't a lot of, cars on the road. There weren't a lot of things happening. So they weren't as busy. They're a lot busier today. And so, and that goes for all of the events that we have. So it's an adjustment.
Understood. Other questions or comments on Article 5?
Just wow.
I mean, other than boy howdy or whatever, that's the polite.
When town meeting sees the money, they'll have questions, but it's mostly snow or half snow.
It's half of the snow, and then a giant chunk of what's left is health insurance, which is also the bane of the next budget. And then, the next biggest item after the health insurance is police overtime. So we may talk about that again at town meeting. That's fine.
But the public can readily understand. I mean, they're directly experiencing some of these themselves. They've seen the snow. We all have our own health insurance going on.
Right, and many of the public attend these events that have police details and see RPD there, so, no.
Do we make a recommendation on the article, or is this the one we also have to, do we have to do this line by line?
No, this one's just one article, this is an update to the FY26 budget, so this is just one
So
thing.
just the 27
Just the
budget,
one
we have
thing.
to do all the lines, got it.
We get to Article 10, I think that's where we punt.
So motion to recommend the contents of Article 5 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily, thank you, Ed. Last chance for discussion before we vote.
Sharon, if you just want to put a couple of dollar signs in there, like particularly the last line.
Oh, okay, that's a good point in terms of the formatting.
Good to know.
I was prepared to recommend the article even with the missing dollar signs, but good to include those too.
Yeah, it's so big, put the double dollar sign would probably be.
You might throw in some emoji,
This article
but
got a
no,
last
let's not
minute
go there.
change, so I'm sure that's where the dollar signs is.
Right. I got other emojis that come to mind when I think about paying for this.
Becky, did you get the one on the first page, the 4500s there? Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie.
Jackie, between the J91 and the K91, there's a blank row. Since we're doing this, you know. Thank you.
Jackie is the queen.
She's
Oh, I
amazing.
know. You don't need to tell us that.
I had to throw things at her twice today. She probably mad at me.
There we go, Jackie, thanks. Thumbs up.
All right, so let's, anything else before we vote? All right, for some reason, we're in a different order on Zoom, but I'm gonna call them as I see them. John.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Jeffrey.
Yes.
Ed.
Yes.
Emily.
Yes.
Joe McDonough.
Yes.
Marianne.
Yes.
And Joe Carnahan, yes, 8-0. Anyone who particularly want to give that one? Before we
I think
go,
this one's less desirable. What do you think?
I mean, so one thing, I want to make a comment here that I will be wearing a second hat at town meeting because as the chair of the CPA study committee, I'll be presenting on Article 13. So I've already said I don't want to, so I shouldn't be giving the finance committee report on that. And I also was gonna see if I could get someone else to do the budget report. So because I think people will already be tired of my voice during this town meeting.
I'm happy to do both of those.
Okay, all right, cool. We can, we do have more items than we have committee members. So anyway, I was gonna volunteer to take this one, which is no fun. And because I should do something, but it won't be as long as the budget report, which actually does usually involve some comments. Yeah, by my count, it's 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's 11.
Yeah.
So we should start scheming on which one we're giving to Henry.
I was gonna say, Henry can take all of them.
So
All right.
Joe Carnahan's doing 5.
That's
And
what
I'll always have my scrap paper.
Yep, no, it's good to have copies of that because we're always scrambling to be like, wait, who's doing this one?
Just a quick point, do we know, are we tackling these in order as it relates to the nights of town meeting?
I think it's gonna be the Wild West.
the town night order night's town meeting because we don't know how long people are gonna,
Are we taking, are we taking any of them out of order? Let me maybe ask it that way.
we're gonna, as discussed earlier, I was figuring we would vote on the budget last, Article 10.
No, I mean, at town
At
meeting.
town meeting.
Oh, at town meeting.
Not that I know of.
No one said.
This one would probably be on night 1, would be my
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
I'm just conscious of, I'm not gonna be there for night 1.
Oh, okay, all right, all right. So maybe you could do
You
the
can do
budget
Article
on-
14.
Take 14. Easy 14. 14's easy, I'll take 14.
Clear, never mind. Wow, okay. We haven't gotten to it yet. I'm already thinking, all right, so, yeah, no, I think the only out of order thing actually is budget at the beginning of night 2. It's
Gotcha.
difficult. I mean, I'm assuming that I have no inside information, but we
Yeah.
always do it that way, so, and it,
Yeah, I
because
just
it's a
didn't know if,
really good
and I didn't
idea.
know if there was
Plus it
anything
has to
already.
get passed, you know,
Yeah.
regardless of if there's 6 instructional motions or whoever knows what's gonna happen this year.
Yeah, so, all right. Okay, so let's move on. I think, is Article 7 the next one for us to talk about?
7.
So this is a routine article. So we have, as part of our fiscal 26 budget, we have money budgeted for OPEB, and we wait until April to transfer it into the trust, just so we can use it as a hedge against health insurance, although we kind of already carved into it already. It used to be 500,000 in the general fund. I think we're doing 200,000 this year. And then water, 85,000, 25 from sewer, and 10,005 from stormwater. So for a total of 320,500 transferred into the OPEB trust.
Is that, okay, that does math. Yes, all right.
The mathing.
Yes.
So, yeah, and normally that number is 500,000, but of course, because the number was so harsh last year, like when we were building this budget, we took 300,000 off of it, unfortunately. Any questions?
Yep. Any questions or comments on this one?
When does it have to be funded, fully funded? How long do we have?
There is no, it's not mandated, so it doesn't have a fully funded date, so
Sweet.
our
Pension's the one that's kind of.
Pension's the
is
one.
till, yeah, pensions got 2032
That's what
fully
I was
funded
thinking
date,
of.
and we're hoping that we can redirect funding towards OPEB to make a more meaningful commitment to it, but we have to get there.
Yes, yeah.
Motion to recommend the contents of Article 7 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none. Why does Zoom keep reordering people? I don't, oh, now put John in front first. So, okay. Let's go roll call vote. John?
Yes.
Who might be muted?
No, it's not muted.
Can you hear me? I said yes.
That's Sully, yes.
That's John, yes. John, yes. And then I said Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. Great. Jeffrey?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
Joe McDonough?
Yes.
Marianne?
Yes.
Joe Carnahan, yes. Who wants to give this one? It's an easy one. If you take this one, it might give you a hard one too somewhere else.
Send it to Andrew.
I would say Andrew.
Okay, that's fine. Actually, that's fine. 8-0. All right. Article H, revolving funds.
So this is an article that we do every year. It's just approving the spending limits on our existing revolving funds. They're the same as they are each year. There's no new ones and there's no changes to the spending limits.
This also includes I guess a change to the fine print of the inspection revolving fund.
Oh,
but
yeah.
not
With the inspection revolving fund, we always update it to take out projects that are completed. They're usually larger projects that we put into the inspections revolving fund, so we have money to monitor those projects. And the ones in bold would be new projects that we'd like to add to the inspections revolving fund. Sorry about that.
So I just have a question. So 459 Main, the 128 tire is still not done, or it looks done, or it'll still extend into.
I'm not sure.
Next
Do you know
year.
anything about that?
I don't know anything about that. No.
And Johnson Woods is never done?
It's never
The whole
done.
time I've been in town meeting,
It's
it's been
still-
Johnson Woods.
Are they
Open.
continuing to
And
do
I think
more work?
there is a tree on the property they haven't cut down yet for another townhouse. So yeah.
That one I know for sure. is
I don't know
done.
who
think
makes
that-
the decision of when to take these off.
Yeah.
I think it's
yeah.
once they've received their certificate of occupancy.
I'm not the one who X's it out, I guess.
And
so I
they
don't
they
know.
keep the permits open. So
Yeah.
Johnson Woods has the permit open. Yeah.
So 459 is still
Yeah.
going. Okay.
Has a permit open, like you said.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wondered how that worked.
For my motion.
I don't see any further discussion. So yes, I believe we are ready for motion.
All right. Motion to recommend the contents of Article 8 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion before we vote? Starting on Zoom. John?
Yes. Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Emily?
Yep.
Joe McDonough?
Yeah, yes.
Marianne?
Yes.
And Joe Carnahan, yes. This is another pleasantly boring one. Anybody?
Routine.
I can do it since I asked about
Yes.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So all right. Article 9, sending some debt, I think.
Yeah, this is kind of a housekeeping kind of item. When we were reconciling our records with our bonding agent, they had an unissued debt, an authorized but unissued debt for 422 that we did not have on our books. And looking back, what had happened was back in April of 2015, we approved Article 16, which was $422 of debt from the MWRA, but this was the first one I think that we did. It was an MWRA grant debt program. So 75% of what was being offered was actually grant and 25% was loan. But the way that's supposed to be voted, you're supposed to vote the total of both, not just the loan. And so at that first town meeting, the way it was written in the motion, all we authorized was the debt portion of the offering. So bond counsel had caught it. We went back in November to correct it. But instead of just doing the grant portion that we didn't authorize the last time, the motion had both in it, which I didn't pick up on because I didn't have it as unauthorized and unissued. But the bonding agent did because they had all the motions. And so when we reconciled that, I said, okay, I'll get rid of that. I'll go and I'll rescind it. So all I'm asking is for them to rescind the duplicate that's out there that never got issued. Not very
Any-
exciting.
No,
I'm gonna say, well summarized.
Yeah.
Motion to recommend the contents of Article 9 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
thank you, Emily, thank you, Ed. Last chance for discussion. All right, starting on Zoom, John,
Yes. Yes.
Jeffrey,
Yes.
Ed,
Yes.
Emily,
Yep.
Joe McDonough,
Yes.
Marianne,
Yes.
and Joe Carnahan, yes. I was about to say, should we give this one to Endry because it's he is the treasurer,
Yeah,
former treasurer?
yeah.
You probably did this.
He would understand this better than any of us, staff not included, of course. I'll tentatively throw him that one and we can see if he, we also don't know for a fact that he'll be there for the relevant night of town meeting, so we might need to,
If he's not, I will.
yeah, I mean, we can
We
get,
both
there's
start with E, so.
several people haven't been volunteered for anything yet, so we have some flexibility. All right. Skipping Article 10 for now
God.
and going on to Article 11, which we are asked to vote on.
Okay, I can take this one, or do you wanna?
I actually don't know anything about it.
Okay. So we applied for and received a park grant. This is the first park grant the town's ever received. And the park grant's in the amount of $100,000. In order for us to accept the park grant, this is to offset expenses related to pickleball. In order for us to accept the $100,000, we have to ensure that that parcel of land that the courts is on is forever preserved as recreational space. And we have to ensure that there is some parking associated with it. And so we're going to have we have to divide the parcel from pickleball and recal, and then the line for the parcel that goes to pickleball will go through the parking lot, and those spots there, and there's 8 spots that are immediately adjacent, would stay with the pickleball parcel. If somewhere down the road, the recal facility was redeveloped into something else, okay? So that won't affect our plans for pickleball parking. That pickleball parking will still happen behind Burbank Arena. There'll be a crossing there to access the courts, and the recal lot is still the recal lot for recal purposes. So the question is to town meeting, does it have an appetite to put this land into recreational space in perpetuity, to accept the grant? And that's the question. So.
Marianne.
I don't want to open a can of worms on the Burbank lease, but I thought I heard or read something in it from last night that there's something where the skating rink can use pickleball parking at some time.
That's right.
So that wouldn't impact this because that's a private use versus.
So the pickleball parking that we're talking about is in the back of the Burbank lot. And in the master license agreement, that's a reciprocal use. So when we have big events at Recal, like the daddy-daughter dance, which is super popular, we can have overflow parking. And likewise, when they have like a big hockey tournament like they had a couple weeks ago, which was such a fun time to go, they can use the Recal lot to overflow and reduce the amount of people walking out onto Haverhill Street and parking at the church. So that license agreement addresses that.
Okay, so those transient uses could still also use the
Yes,
pickleball.
this is just in case we tear down Recal in 100 years and turn it into something else, a flying car shop, whatever it might be.
Okay.
That parking for those courts stays attached. It's a requirement. It's really kind of short-sighted, we think, on the part of the Commonwealth, because this is a shared parking agreement. It's better land use to pave less land or use less land for cars because we're sharing the
I'm
use.
surprised the state doesn't say except for housing, because they want housing.
Right,
and we develop into that.
And the argument at the state level is we should take away all the thresholds for parking with housing. So this is not that with this. So it's a little bit of a golden handcuff with that grant, but it's a reimbursement-based grant. So the work that goes to this grant has to happen after July 1st. So our pickleball contractor is prepared to do certain work after July.
So if we violated this, we would have to give the grant back, or is the penalty worse than that?
No, so the question that came up last night, and Andrew McNichol said he didn't think there was a mechanism to do that, and in 30 years from now, we're not sure anybody's gonna know. Who's gonna be asking.
But it's gonna be like a
30 years from
Memorial
now,
Park
we-
thing
50
where
years.
people are arguing 100 years later, can we play a baseball game at Memorial Park, and
Right.
it was a deed to, no
There's
one
the
can
deed.
find it, so someday no one's gonna be able to find this.
We will bury it
I thought the deed
in a
was-
time capsule.
I thought the deed was on the wall of the room next door, actually.
Yeah.
So we know where to find that one.
Yeah, that one actually is, but
Bill
no,
Brown
I,
emailed me a copy of it so that I can take care of
I'm
it.
just saying, like, people trying to find the heirs to
Yeah,
say, can
yeah.
we get out of that and
Yeah.
change it?
I see, yes.
So what
Somebody
this is-
said parking minimums. John Sullivan's hand went up. I'm sure it's a coincidence. Go on.
Especially has nothing to do with parking minimums. Keith, is there any kind of backstop if, like, in perpetuity, that landscape in the future could change? Like, if that wetland kind of expands into a recreational area, is the town obligated to engineer that back to the recreational usage? Or do we have to say, like, this is now a recreational wetland that you can swim in?
if it's like a trail system recreational wetland 100 years from now, and those courts have been taken out or whatever, it would still be recreational. So you wouldn't be able to redevelop it. You would have to probably get a home rule petition or something to
Okay.
Sounds like a future Reading problem.
I think we give it to them to
Our
solve that
future
problem.
Reading problem.
We won't be here when that.
Or
That
yeah,
while they're-
yeah, or
They can deal with
not.
that. They can
It's
deal
not
with
that
that while
much-
they're planning the
it's not that
450th
much money
anniversary
to
celebration.
develop.
Joe, you put a hand up.
Well, just quickly, like, would this work the same way if it was in the city? Like an urban area where bike parking was limited, they'd still insist on.
That's a big part of it, actually. That's a big part of it, is that they're giving, money particularly into cities, to create recreational spaces, and they want people to be able to access them and get to them and not develop that space and cut it off from
It
everybody.
also goes against like pedestrian friendly, bike friendly in a city and all that, so, yeah, okay. I know that's not you.
Gonna say.
Yeah, I'm not
You're-
gonna
you're-
speak
you're
for the
mission,
Commonwealth, but
I know,
we're
yeah.
grateful for the grant, but I didn't feel that town staff wanted to put our thumb on the scale of should we accept this or not. We're not in a position to say no to $100,000, but we leave that up to town meeting to decide. The project is funded without it. So
It just costs $100,000 more.
that's correct.
I know what I think. All right. Other comments or questions?
Motion to recommend the contents of Article 11 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any further discussion before we vote?
Formidable.
All right, starting on Zoom. John?
Yes.
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Thoughtful pause.
I'm not sure what I think, but let's have town meeting vote on it. Because
Sounds good. Ed?
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
Joe McDonough?
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Joe Carnahan, yes. 8-0. Any volunteers to present this one? I'm looking at people who aren't signed up for anything yet.
Get your pickle.
I'll take it.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, there you go. All right, Article 13, and I did ask my illustrious vice chair to run any debate that we have on this so that I'm not, because I might have to answer questions about the CPA, given my CPA study committee hat, so I'm gonna hand over that gavel to Emily for discussion of this article.
All right.
But I think town staff goes first, as always.
Yes.
Who's presenting this one?
CPA.
Yeah, this is the CPA presenting this one.
Unless you want us to, I say us, I'm joined by one member of the CPA study committee here in the audience. I don't see anyone on Zoom. No.
Is this the article to get, to put the ballot on?
This is the article, yeah, this is the article to,
I don't have my
not to,
slide deck handy, but the one that we presented to the select board. All right, I guess.
but it's just to put the article on the ballot.
It's just to put it
Yes.
on the ballot.
Yeah, so, and we've talked
In
about.
November.
Yes.
November ballot.
Yeah, so, all right, I'll go ahead and, since I've handed off that gavel, I'll go ahead and talk like a member of the CPA study committee, even though I'm sitting up here. Yes, so this is to put the Community Preservation Act to the voters of Reading at the November 2026 election. We have discussed the CPA here in this group a couple times. I'm certainly happy to answer more questions. I think maybe the sort of interesting parts of the recommendations are, I believe the background section has the recommended exemptions. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. So the 1% surcharge level, which isn't applied to the first $100,000 of your residential property and isn't applied to your commercial industrial property at all. And it would exempt low and moderate income seniors and low income residents of all ages, where low income is defined as 80% of area median income, which is less than Reading's median income, but still. And then moderate is less than 100% of area median income. And yes, this is something that we've looked into for going on 2 years now, looking at projects that Reading has previously funded that would have been CPA eligible, looking at the money that we could get from the state to help fund those projects. And I see a hand from someone who's not me. Mark, please.
So this is to recommend that it goes on the ballot, not that we approve it, that we're recommending approving it.
100%.
Yeah. So that's probably important to get that, whoever presents that to say that.
Fun fact, the CPA study committee can ask town meeting to put this on the ballot, but the CPA study committee as a town board cannot suggest how voters should vote on it when it's on the ballot.
That makes sense.
I'm not saying anything to you about that right now.
I have a question. So, two questions. One, if town meeting voted this down, you have another mechanism, if my understanding is correct, to get this on the ballot. With
Yes.
petitions. Okay, that's fresh. And number two, is November 2026 the only time this could be presented before the voters? Could it also be presented on the same ballot that we have an operating override? Whether you like it or not, I'm just.
So it must be presented at a regularly scheduled state or local election. It cannot be a special election.
Could it be a regularly scheduled municipal election?
Yes. And interestingly, the rules don't go both ways. So you can have an override vote at the same time as a state election. You can't have a CPA vote at the same time as a special election override. So like you're allowed to do an override vote whenever. We have done them, like 2016 was in September, so it was a special election, and 2018 was at the April local election. But I understand override votes can also be done in November at state elections. CPA has to either be April local election or November state election. Can't even be the state primary.
So it could be April 2027 could be both an override and a CPA vote, hypothetically. It would require another town meeting vote. I guess it's just my concern about having everything before the voters, and I worry about this kind of vote jeopardizing an override vote. And I think the voters should have everything in front of them at the same time and be able to add up, okay, what's this all gonna cost me? But that's just, I'm for it in principle. Is there a reason why?
I was just gonna say that if we're looking for an override for 2028, I think we should be aiming for November 2026. Could we start building a budget around that time? That way we don't have to build two separate budgets.
That's pretty quick. And we don't ask town meeting to put an override vote on the November 2026 budget, or we're gonna have to call a special town meeting to do that?
Select board.
That's a select
So
board.
it's only select board,
Yeah,
not.
I was surprised. I put this on the agenda for tonight because there's some things about this that I learned that were not intuitive, like the fact that an override does not go to town meeting before it goes to the voters.
It says the select board must supposed to place the override question on the ballot.
Yeah, I think last time they did go over, I
It
know.
does say that the town meeting must approve the budget related to the override, but not the override. It doesn't say that they have to.
And you don't have to do it in that
approve
order.
on the
In fact,
ballot.
having town meeting approve a budget that depends on an override that hasn't passed yet might not be a great use of town meeting's time.
Oh, I understand that. I remember with the previous overrides, there was at least one meeting where we had a poll, where we had little clickers to see what we would approve, and they called in other meetings, and it's such a, maybe the town is more used to the idea of an override now. I'm just concerned about it. I guess if it's at the same time of an override, but we can't guarantee.
We can't guarantee that because we can't call it. It has to be called. by the
Yeah.
select board.
And it's not like it could be written into it, in my opinion. I can't change the amendment to say
If I
it
had
should be
to
the same.
recommend it, I would say that that's where I'd recommend the override take place, but.
Right, but that's,
That
we're not
doesn't mean
we're
that
not
it
voting on
happens
the
like-
override.
Yeah.
But I just feel like CPA should coincide with it, but we can't guarantee that.
Yes, I was quite surprised to learn that Finance Committee, despite the name, has exactly zero formal role in an override, other than reviewing the budget that, can be passed after the override either passes or fails. But whether or not to have the override is the select board, because they call elections, and
Right,
it is an
but
election.
we're the ones who kind of explain, hey, free cash is getting drawn down at 6 million a year.
It's usually a
Yes.
collaborative effort,
Yeah.
even though you don't officially have, like, the select board is counting on you to, put up the flag and say, I think it's time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like, somebody give me a flag.
I'm done, that was just my
Yep,
question.
so.
Other comments, questions?
So, I mean, in principle, the fact that this is a tax mechanism where the state is going to kick us in some extra money for things that, generally speaking, we would already do, it seems like, a great idea to do this. And people are concerned, we will, the town will just spend extra money. I think to counter that, the fact that the current override that we had back in 2018 has lasted so long tends to indicate that the town does not just go spend extra money that it has because it can. I'm not sure. I know that we've certainly spent lots of funds in these areas. I'm not sure how tight the restrictions are. You have to spend 10%, at least 10% in these things. Like certainly we've done a lot of open space stuff. I don't know that we've actually done a lot with affordable housing in the past N years. So, is that now some money that we would not have spent on affordable housing, but will be forced to by the way this is set up? All right, Joe.
I remembered to raise my hand.
You did great.
I spend way too much time chairing meetings. All right. So yes, what Jeffrey's referring to is that one of the requirements of CPA is that of the CPA funds, which includes both the surcharge and the state partial match, 10% every year must be set aside for each of three categories: affordable housing, historic preservation, and open space. Open space includes both recreation and conservation. Looking at our historical spending on CPA-ish projects, without, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not making a statement on whether any given project is specifically eligible, because that's above my pay grade. But the vast majority have been recreation, so hitting the 10% for open space would be trivial. Coming next is historic preservation, building projects on historic buildings like Town Hall or Parker or Joshua Eaton or the library. By the way, that number, that $1 million a year number for CPA eligible projects doesn't include the library construction project, which was of course massive. But that's off the end of the 10-year window that I looked at. So of those things, you're right. The town doesn't actually spend a dime on affordable housing, which you can have opinions about that. I know what mine are. And so it is not strictly true to say 100% of this money would go to things the town is already spending money on. 10% of it would have to go to affordable housing. And then 90% of it would go to things that the town is already spending money on. Of course, given a 15 to 20% match from the state, you're still coming out ahead, so, and you're getting something hopefully for that affordable housing money. Man, oh, sorry.
That's okay. So I
Force of
guess,
habit.
just to respond to Jeff, I mean, yeah, we didn't spend the other 2018 override as quickly as people anticipated, but there was a pandemic in the middle of there and ARPA money that I feel like it skewed 2 or 3 years or more of our budget that artificially we didn't spend as much. And my concern also, it'll depend on the amount of the override that we think we're gonna need. Now I'm starting to think this should come after we've approved an override, because we're still not seeing the full impact of the debt exclusion that is gonna be hitting citizens. We're gonna have to see what our override's gonna be, and I don't wanna scare anyone with numbers, whether it could be like 10 million or more, but I just feel like there's going to be, maybe with the amount of the override, yes, we've been doing some of these kinds of recreation, you know, Birch Meadow Phase 2, Birch Meadow Phase 3, whatever projects in the past. Notwithstanding what we think in capital, the public might want to just say, whoa, you know, we've got these 2 big building projects. Maybe we're not going to do the rec projects at the pace of the past. And the other parts, I love, you know, preserving areas, but I don't know how much left in town of open space is there to buy and preserve. And I know I had asked in the past about what you can spend for historical buildings. And I think there are some limits, like even with the affordable housing, you can only do certain things, like you can't repair it. You can explain to me, like you can't, some of the things we want to do aren't covered by it. So I like the idea of CPA, but maybe I'm echoing the thought of some other select board members that I want to make sure an override passes and the public is comfortable with what they're paying for the override, and when the other debt kicks in, and then they can say, yes, we're willing to do this on top. I hate doing it ahead of things. I understand in principle putting it before the voters, but the voters might be voting blind. I mean, probably not. Probably we're going to get an override in front of them, but then I don't know. Timing is everything, I guess.
Jeffrey?
You know, my question is, you know, and maybe it's to Mary Ann's point that getting everything in front of them at the same time, that if we looked at the CPA and said, look, if we know we're getting this much from CPA, the override can be a little bit smaller because we'll have already funded all of the recreation or open space projects out of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, the override's for operating expenses. You know, we can decide, no, we're gonna put Birch Meadow Phase 4 or whatever 5 years down the line. I mean, we've got to cover up, we've got to do what the law says we have to do. Pay our teachers, pay our police, pay our firefighter. Like, we have those operating expenses is what's driving the override. Am I correct? Most of it?
I mean, our largest expense is the salaries, of course. But what's grown out of control is accommodated costs such as health insurance,
Right, and CPA,
rubbish, all these different things. Insurance, like the property and casualty insurance was multiple years of 10%. At one point, we had the natural gas contract go up 30%. Like, we've had a lot of whammy numbers hit us out of the ordinary, double-digit numbers hitting us in the area of accommodated cost. And I would say that, you know, even the contracts for salaries were probably during inflationary periods harder to settle and probably are higher than what we are used to seeing. So there's a combination of things that are playing into why this is happening. But inflation is the main reason, and it's all over the place in our budget. It's in our salary numbers,
okay,
it's in accommodated
But all
costs.
of that, if we didn't get an override, I mean, in addition to whatever, if it didn't pass, which I don't think that would be the case, other than, okay, we have to do certain capital things to not let stuff go into disrepair, wouldn't we be not doing the kinds of projects?
We would prioritize what we have to do.
Right,
obviously.
versus
Because
nice to have.
we're really at the point that the cuts that would need to be made if an override were not to pass would be staff. There wouldn't be enough, I think, in what we cut in capital to save the budget.
But would people in the town rather pay a little bit more in override versus 1% in let's, buy some more open space. We'd rather have our 1% of taxes go towards keeping staff. I don't know that that's the choice, but
it's hard. I mean, I do see what Jeffrey's saying about if we have things that are planned and this money's coming in as an additional source, maybe your override could be smaller.
If people were willing.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we have a very disciplined approach to our budgeting, and so that we are sticking somewhat closely to that 5% debt and capital. And so we're trying to fund the infrastructure in a way that even at hard times, we're still doing a baseline of 4.5, like what we're doing this year. Even though this was a hard budget, we still stuck to that discipline that others probably would not have. So I do feel like there's always some level of capital this could potentially help with, but I just don't know. Every year it changes. Every year what we have as a need is different. Sometimes we have a fire truck on there. Sometimes, we have additional crosswalk work. Or,
given geopolitical situations, our fuel costs could be up by 30%.
Yeah, it's hard to know. It's really hard to know. And I mean, so I could argue it both ways, honestly.
Yeah.
Yep. So, again, trying to be extremely careful not to oversell anything here. So, would the November 2026 hypothetical override be 1% smaller if there was a 1% CPA surcharge on the ballot? No, I don't think it works that way. I think that the pitch here is one of, because a lot of CPA eligible projects that Reading has funded in the past, we've done so at town meeting out of free cash. We have done some of them with included debt inside the levy as well. So for the included debt inside the levy stuff, that would impact the operating budget by allowing us to revisit our policy of 5% on debt and capital. If there are projects that would have come out of that 5% that aren't coming out of it anymore, perhaps we only need 4.5. That's so that would be a partial impact on the operating budget. And then the other impact is that, every few years over the last couple of years, we've taken a couple $1 billion out of free cash for like Birch Meadow Phase 2 or whatever.
That's because we felt flush. We were looking and saying, oh, there's 20 million in free cash. I mean, it's not so pretty anymore,
I mean, we're now getting into sort of how did the town meeting feel about these things when they voted them, which I think we're speculating. What we do know is town meeting definitely did vote for them. Sorry, we went back and forth. You're not supposed to do that.
No, we're debating this article,
Sorry. You still going, Marianne?
No, I'm done. I'm just seeing other hands.
Thoughts? I can't see.
No hands on Zoom.
I will entertain a motion.
Oh, do I get to do it this time?
Sure. Well,
or was that weird because I'm on the CPA?
Yeah, don't.
I won't do it. Somebody else, please.
Motion to accept
Recommend.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 13. I got off. No, I'm sorry. I got off the.
It's 13.
All right.
That's Article 13, right?
Article 13. Okay. Move to recommend the contents of Article 13 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Jeffrey. Last chance for talking. All right, we'll start on Zoom. John?
Yes.
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Joe Carnahan?
Yes.
Marianne?
No.
Joe McDonough?
Yes.
And Emily? Yes, I guess. I struggle with that one.
Let town meeting vote on it.
Okay, so that was 7-1 for those keeping score at home. And now I will pass the metaphorical gavel back to Mr. Carnahan.
And she didn't have to hit me with it once.
And you're going to present this article probably?
No, but I was.
I don't think you should.
No, I won't be presenting the finance committee report on the article.
I
will be presenting the article.
You're presenting the article.
I will be presenting the finance committee report on the article. Or
doing it.
Sarah Bucalaccio and I will be presenting probably.
I'm happy to do it this way. Okay. Unless, Marianne, you would like to, since you had the dissenting vote.
No,
Or I can
there'll be people in the, everyone, this will get a lot.
This is going to
You
be.
won't be the only dissenter.
Okay.
It's
right.
unconditional, but I can't vote that way. I just think this isn't the right time.
Yeah.
But that's just me. We gotta have something that's not unanimous. We're just gonna,
on
you
the
knew where my
14th.
vote was going.
Yes. Yep. No, that was a good discussion. I appreciate the input. Wearing my CPA hat, I appreciate the input from everybody. Wearing my FinCom chair hat as well. All right. back to being FinCom chair. I believe our next one is Article 14.
Article 14.
That one's we're gonna be some discussion as well. Please go ahead.
Okay, so Article 14 originally sought to dedicate monies no less than 25%, up to 50% of Burbank Arena received rental payments for the purposes of funding unified sports to the tune, coaches, athletic trainers, et cetera. Based on community feedback and discussion that we had, I decided to change it to this version, which would create 2 stabilization funds. One for the school department for adaptive programming, and which includes unified sports, it's the only adaptive programming right now. And one for recreation department adaptive and therapeutic programming stabilization fund. Same sort of thing. At the select board meeting last night, after quite a bit of debate, the select board decided, so under the law, this sort of stabilization fund is a minimum 25% of the income flow. And what they decided to do is put no more than 100%. In case town meeting were to only create one stabilization fund, it could then be decided that up to 100% of the rental payments could be dedicated to that stable. So they wanted to it's pretty broad, and it allows town meeting to make that decision. And so that's what it is. This was born out of conversations following the instructional motion last year, talking with the superintendent of schools. I did talk to the superintendent of schools prior to making this change in language, and he was fine with that. And then we'll be working on motions will be the next thing as we go forward to kind of nail it. We might make a recommendation on what that figure should be, but town meeting will debate it. Okay.
I have questions, but I should not go first because I've got this gavel back again. So, I saw Jeffrey first.
I'm just curious whether we have any other stabilization funds of this nature, and what's different about the Burbank Ice Arena income versus, say, Home Depot saying, hey, Home Depot wants their property tax to be allocated to, or someone making a motion that said, hey, affordable housing should take some piece of the Home Depot tax reserve. I mean, it seems like a weird thing that I've never, not that, as we've heard before, that not that I have anything against, and in fact support the unified sports and talk to a parent about, as a participant, but this doesn't seem like something we've done before. It seems strange to me to set up the funding in this manner.
Understood. It is unusual, so I would agree. I don't think we have any other stabilizations that are set up this way.
No, the only stabilizations that we have are the smart growth stabilization, the SPED stabilization, and then a regular stabilization we don't have. But the one thing I will say is unique about the revenue is that we don't count on it and we don't budget the money from Burbank because it's unpredictable.
Right.
And so it's money that flows right to free cash when we get it. And so most of our revenues we do budget for, we do use them to fund our operating budget. We count on them to be there.
Right.
This is a revenue source that years ago we stopped counting on when they needed to do a lot of capital and we knew we weren't going to get any money. And so anything that we had been getting, we were putting into a fund. And then we realized, well, it probably should just flow right to free cash because we couldn't figure out how was this fund set up? Like, was this we couldn't find the backup for it. So,
right.
So we ended up closing it to free cash, what was in that fund, and now it would just come into the general fund and it would go right to free cash. So it's not budgeted for because it's an unknown of what kind of revenue we'll see. And that would be what would make it different from other revenues that we see.
And additionally, the genesis for some of these conversations came up during the how do we fund pickleball conversation. And there was, about $400,000 sitting in this Burbank, accrued rental payments. So in your example, you said Home Depot wants to, but those are tax payments.
Taxpayer, right?
Those are tax payments. These are not tax payments. They're also not payment in lieu of taxes. They are rent payments. The town owns the land.
So there never would have been any taxes.
No, it's the town's land.
We own
Right,
it.
that's right.
They're
The
renting.
payment in lieu of rent. I think there may have been
These are rent payments.
Oh, yes.
They are rent.
Prior,
So
I
it's
think
not in
prior
lieu of
to
rent, it is the
prior
rent.
to the property becoming ours, I think that's what they used to pay, payment in lieu of tax.
That prior to the
Yeah.
lease, yeah.
And then, of course, now us being the owner, there wouldn't be any tax yet.
Right. So, so that's a different revenue source. We aren't really in the business of leasing things. Now, we don't know what will happen with the Pleasant Street
Wait, I was
Center.
gonna say,
Just
did
set
we
that
just have a
aside.
presentation about this?
Just set that aside. It might happen. We'll see. But so this is a lease that we have, and I think it's really the only lease that we have. And so, the thought is we can put the money aside and put it to work in a way that we think is beneficial to the community. It's up to town meeting to decide if it is an efficacious use of it or not. Otherwise, it just goes to free cash.
Come on.
So I think this question is for Sharon. When you say you couldn't come to count on this money, is it that sometimes there's zero or sometimes, okay.
A lot of years it's zero.
So,
Because as the building ages, there's more capital needs and they're doing more. Anytime they're having to put some capital out, they've now got to build up their reserves. So anytime something's going on, you could say 2 years at least that if they have something that they're paying for in 1 year, the next year, they may not have anything to turn over because now they've got to fund their capital reserve fund. And so there's like all these parameters built into the lease of how much money they can hold in a capital reserve. And so we just know just based on the years that when they're doing capital, we're probably not going to get anything. And so this year there was zero, but the year before we got $113,000. It's hard to say. Prior to that, there were years we got $12,000 or $14,000. It's a very unpredictable number, and so I only put in our projected revenues for our budgets numbers that I'm pretty sure we're getting. I'm not going to put a number in that I'm not sure is coming as part of our operating budget, counting on that money to be there and then having it.
Okay, keep going.
Go ahead. No, I see that John's going to let you finish.
So, just trying to think of this as, like Jeffrey said, I think there's broad community support for this program. So if we if we pursue this option for funding it, we are potentially limiting ourselves from being able to fund it.
I
Or
wouldn't
is
say
there-
that. I would think they could work in
Is there
conjunction
still-
with one
Yeah, they would
another.
work
Okay, there's still
Because I feel
opportunity
like
to.
we could use it as a funding source to help the operating budget, but like, let's say they set this up. First off, when I saw this, I was like, okay, there's no money coming in right now. I don't know how that helps us,
25%
nothing is nothing,
nothing.
But in the end, like, I think that in the short term, your option is probably going to be some sort of community priority or adding it to an override or something of that nature. But this could be building up in helping us fund it in the future. We could use it to come into the operating budget to help us fund a program that we're expanding on, or we could use it to expand the program. So that money could just be kind of looking at it like a savings account for the future to expand that program, to help keep that program going in lean years where we're not doing as well, So I think you can look at it in conjunction with one another, but I don't think it solves the problem initially, because I can't say for sure that there's going to be any money there in the near future, If we get money every year and we have more reliable source there, then it's a different story. But it's a mechanism to start a savings account is the way I'm looking at it,
Especially if it's one-time dollars. So if there was a community priority that was put aside, and it's a modest amount of $25,000 just for unified sports, but they need to buy one-time, equipment costs. Those are pretty minor for what it's, but it's equipment costs, or it's or who knows, then, or the all of the RMHS kids are in every tournament, and that athletic revolving fund is running way down in a year because that's how they pay for their transportation and so forth. They have a backup resource to tap into.
Sorry, our teams are too good.
Yeah.
I love our problems.
Yeah.
Mary Ann?
So is this?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Did someone?
John's has hand up and I
Yeah,
forgot.
go ahead.
And I'm
Okay.
trying not to discriminate against you. You'll be next man. John, go ahead.
Thanks, Joe. I guess just to kind of piggyback on Emily's question, Sharon, do you know off the top of your head what the average rent payment we get from Burbank, like over the last however many years?
I can look it up. I have a schedule that I keep. Let's see.
It fluctuates quite a bit.
Let me see.
I understand that it fluctuates, but I guess I think we're looking at, we heard earlier, they're hoping for 25K on the school side for their budget, like they're 20 now and they're looking to go up to 25. And if we're assuming the same amount on town side, we're looking for like 50K a year to fund this program. Like, could it average out to that amount?
So the town side, the recreation department, we have put into our operating budget for the recal property for FY28 a figure that I can't remember off the top of my head for a part-time therapeutic rec person. And so that's what recreation is doing, and that may or may not be able to be offset by rec revolving funds, but that number is captured in that budget.
I can tell exactly what came in for Reading Ice. Can you want me to share it on the screen, or do you want me to tell you? Can I share where she shared?
Jackie, if you can let Sharon share.
She's a girl, she can share.
Oh, I didn't know if we could share at the same time.
Allow.
Oh, I didn't know that you could do that.
Slick.
All right.
You're good now.
So is it up there?
It's coming.
It's working on it.
Oh, you gotta make it
These are the
bigger.
exact amounts that were turned over since 2010.
Make it way bigger.
Okay, bigger.
So it's really, they
Spoiler
have
alert,
paid
63.
most years, just a couple that,
63.
and now they're gonna have this higher limit.
In the beginning, it
those
was
years.
like 2012 when I came in, they didn't pay. And then, like they told us we're gonna start having capital needs. And yeah, so it's all over the place. Some years you're seeing 14, 22, 14, 8, it's all over the place. So it's not, but the average turnover across all these years is about $63,000.
Do we know why 24 went up so much? Like, is it because of some programs they ran or increase in?
You paid the roof off.
They may have maxed out their capital reserve in the prior year and then more to us.
Right.
That would be my guess. Not knowing off the top of my head, that would be my guess.
Like 2021 was nothing, because probably 2020, they couldn't even be open because of the pandemic, so
Yeah.
you could see
Yeah.
that pattern.
So yeah, fiscal 21 would have been a rough one for.
And then
it was a rough one for a
2023
lot
was
of
the roof year, so even 2022, probably 2021
Yeah,
was impacted.
I'm sure there was some rent back. Marianne, go ahead.
So we go back to the article, the stabilization, but so I'm sure people are gonna try to change things about this on the floor at town meeting, but wasn't there at one point this article going to be subject to town meeting appropriation? Like this would go this way, assuming town meeting agreed every year, or because it's a stabilization, like was that gonna be one format of it where every year town meeting would decide, yes, we'll allocate 50% of this rent or not, but now it's just definitely.
So the way it works, that's a great question. The way it works is town meeting will decide what the number is, right? We'll decide in the motion what that number is, but
So every year town meeting gets to pick the percent?
only if we want to change it. So if town meeting chooses for it to be, 100%, and then in 5 years, and then it will be 100% until town meeting, so we put back, okay, maybe we don't need 100% anymore because we've got a lot built up. And so they change it to 25% because that's the minimum. And that would be 25% to each fund. And then the other 50% would go to free cash.
So town meeting theoretically has flexibility every year, but to change, okay. And I guess the other thing is, I think
said
that,
they had to wait for 2 years.
Correct, you're right.
all
Thank
right,
you.
so when the school department, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, when they established their special ed reserve, they put like a cap on it, I think? Because then the rest would be
There's a
returned to
cap.
the town?
Yeah.
Is there gonna be a cap on these funds?
There is no cap on these funds.
Okay,
No, there's no
because
cap.
that might make it more palatable also
Maybe
to some
definitely.
people.
Could there be one? Because yeah, that's the,
I can ask Ivrea if with this particular kind of stabilization fund, if it can be capped. I don't
I
know.
mean, if there's a minimum of 25%, then it may.
And then.
From that particular income flow.
And then I guess are there conditions to draw out of it?
We have
Is
to
it for-
vote.
That's not in here, like we know, okay, the special ed.
It can only go for the purposes stated in the stabilization fund. So, it says funding
Coaches, instructors,
Yeah.
support staff, referees.
official, yeah. And I talked with Tom Milishevsky to
And
get that
those
figure.
seem fairly all encompassing.
But you couldn't take it out for something unrelated to, you know, adaptive.
And I guess there's not something where, say it's a year that there's not like a maximum, like say for some reason the skating rink had a banner year and they were gonna report like 150,000 to the town or something, and there's not like an upper limit on what they would take, or a cap on it.
Yeah, I'd like, yeah, cap makes sense to me too.
Okay.
I'll ask Ivrea tomorrow, if she can.
Because it
Let
could,
us know.
it could just get ridiculous.
It could be a lot of money that
Right.
accumulates in there if we start to see
I mean,
a lot of money.
I think
coming in.
that's a great problem to have.
It's a great problem to have, but if you have a need for it in other parts of your budget
Right.
and you've kind
Exactly.
of made it kind of earmarked to this.
I
you
mean,
could
it
have a
just seems
problem.
like there's a way to accomplish both goals, to build up a savings account so they have a backstop.
Yep.
In my opinion, I don't think if the schools aren't gonna charge, but I think if rec charges a little bit for some of the programs, just like with the seniors having to pay fees, it just feels fair that we're offering them something, but it.
Mhm.
Yep.
I saw, Mark's got his hand up on Zoom, and then I see you, Joe.
Yeah, so I do have a question. So I know the town meeting will set the 25 to 100%, but I thought to spend money out of a stabilization fund also needed approval. I'm not sure at town meeting, or isn't there, am I wrong on that, or?
No, you're correct. At town meeting, it will have to be appropriated out. So that will be an article. And with this particular fund, it's just a simple majority, not a 2/3 majority.
Okay.
Yep, I checked
Good to
with that.
know.
Yep.
So there's a chance money could go into the stabilization fund but not ever spent, or?
I don't think we would let that happen, but theoretically, yes, it has to
It
be
could
approved
happen.
and to be expended, to be
Like
appropriated.
if town meeting didn't approve the appropriation, I suppose that's possible.
It's possible.
Joe?
So if I read this right, though, we could vote the town meeting for like 25%, and then 50% would still go to free cash
Correct.
on a totally unpredictable income every year.
Correct.
Yeah, and it just seems, I don't know.
It does seem that over time, like that number could rise and you could be putting an obnoxious amount of money into something that maybe you don't need that much money. That's
Yeah,
the only
like
thing
if-
I
like
think a cap would make sense.
I like the idea of the cap. I always also worry that like it's like an unpredictable like source.
We
like,
really don't know.
and this is like the rink's only getting older. I mean, I haven't been in it for 2 months, but it's an older rink, and I don't think they even have a capital. I'm not that close to it.
They
but
do.
If they have a capital program and.
So in their lease, there is a requirement in their rent calculation portion of the lease that states how they maintain a contingency reserve fund. So the contingency reserve in the original lease is $300,000. It's adjusted for CPI.
What did they negotiate it to last night?
So it was 500 that was presented, and the select board said, why don't we put it at 415,000, because that felt that was about where they were right now.
I see.
So that they thought, and then it would also continue to grow with the CPI. Okay. So, yeah.
And how much is in the fund now? Like that?
I think he said that this year they're expected to be at about 415,000 or 417,000. I think that the liaison from Burbank stated, select board liaison to Burbank, Carl McFadden, stated last night during the select board
So
meeting.
if they have that kind of reserve, we might actually see money get turned over next year.
You might see.
Yeah, this year.
Jeffrey, you had a hand?
So, pursuant to this approval that for a town meeting then to approve it, like you could be in the middle of a school year and say, hey, we've spent too much money, or for a program, and then, we can't add, a new unified sport of a different kind or something in the middle of the year because we have to wait till April town meeting to approve the funding out of it. I'm not sure this is, it's puts an odd constraint on the program and options to expand it to other sports or to other grades.
That's a good point.
Ed?
And Jane, just kind of correct me if my memory serves. Prior to the select board meeting last night, was the original language to Joe's point, it was 25, 25, and the rest of free cash, and then it was changed at the select board to the new language.
It was it was up to 50% and no less than 25%. So with two funds, and each one getting 50%, that would have been 100% of all Burbank rental payments. But what they changed the language to allow for.
That's in case they moved.
In case they only had one
In
fund.
case they only had one, it was, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there, even in the original, there wasn't, the idea that there would be a portion and, that would go back to free cash.
There could, if town meeting said it'll be 25% to each fund, right, which was the minimum, then 50% could go back to free cash.
Gotcha.
The select board just wanted to give the option that all of it could.
Yep, gotcha, perfect, yep.
Making a point to let other people talk first, but I'm still, I still don't understand why we're doing this. Like, we could just pay for it because everybody wants it, like community priority, you know, and I mean, I would, even in our relatively dark financial times that we're in right now, I'm pretty sure that town meeting members will trip over themselves to vote for this, to vote for funding for unified sports in general. So I'm trying to figure out why we need to constrain ourselves like in these various ways versus like the money goes to free cash and then town meeting gets to spend it on what town meeting wants, and what town meeting wants is unified sports. So why all the extra steps?
I don't know. I not to be argumentative, but I might ask you the same question about the CPA.
Well,
Why
that's
reserve the funds?
I'd say, is there a
Certain
20%
purpose.
match in here somewhere that I'm missing? Because that's
There's
the
no 20%
exact
match.
that's
But is it
the
really always a 20% match?
15, same difference.
It's not a different article.
Yes.
There is no match.
Yeah.
There is
Right.
no match.
Asked and answered.
Yeah, no, that was a pretty easy question, actually. I
Right,
could answer
good,
those all
good.
night.
You're ready. You're ready. I feel you're ready.
I think it's because they want it in the budget now and they don't want to wait till next year when you make it a community, like the budget has been built, right?
I mean, it could be modified.
You can
at this
modify
point.
it. Just take your
Yeah.
full cash,
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
$25,000 is
It's
You
small.
can do both.
small out of,
We have
look
a
at,
lot of small requests.
Am I
And there's a lot of
directed
people who
towards
want.
Like we heard the other night, you got
conservation.
150,000 in small requests, I feel like.
I think it's, how do you pick which one you put and not put? There's all these boards that want extra money and there's,
I mean,
you know, it's not for us to say.
Seniors
Well,
want 35,
but-
you know, the trees want 25.
I mean, it is for town meeting to say, in the sense that town meeting could either approve this or not. Or town meeting could, again, I mean, this is the
So
complexity here is like versus, you know, again, just make the thing. And I mean, yes, it does mean picking and choosing, but like the other things that we got requests for weren't the subject of instructional motions with broad support in previous years.
correct.
This was.
Mhm.
So that does make me think that town meeting has a different attitude towards this versus. So
Trees.
I mean, we love trees. Don't get me wrong, we love trees, but don't you know? If you're gonna make us choose between, you know, helping children with disabilities and trees, don't make us choose between our kids and anything else.
This just seems like something, you know, our trees got ARPA money, seniors got ARPA money, we had adaptive swim, I think.
This got
The
our
ARPA money, and I think everyone who got the ARPA money, they're suffering withdrawal too. They got used to what we're giving them.
Yeah, you know what, that's.
Say, what was the ARPA committee thinking?
I know, like, but it was a lot, you know, there's still the teachers got money. I mean, we
Yeah, we had the police
really
and- yes.
spread the love, you know, but it's people, that we created an expectation of service in this town, I think, that, you know, it's hard to keep up with.
All good points.
Yeah.
I would say, like I said at the select board meeting, this is not the only way to fund unified sports or adaptive programming. It's one way. And it may not be the best way forever. It may not be the best way, but it's one way. And it says we're having funds that are generated from a lease that we have going to create goodness in the community.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be that way forever.
Right.
But
You could get amended on the floor to have caps, for example.
yeah, I did
Well, we
ask,
got-
I sent
I would
that
ask
off.
think that's the most
I think
challenging
that would
thing.
make it better.
Yep, I sent that off and I'll get back to you on what that is.
Because then the money, once you hit the cap, then it goes back into the free cash and all the other things.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and the way I keep seeing this is like, there's two possibilities in the future. Either this is money that town meeting would have wanted to spend on unified sports in the future, in which case town meeting would spend it on unified sports in the future because town meeting, it's up to town meeting. Or it's not, in which case town meeting is voting now to constrain what actions town meeting can take in the future. And like, is this, I mean, that's, which, and for the record, I'm pretty sure that town meeting is gonna wanna fund this in the future because it turns out that we're gonna love our kids then too. So this is kind of hypothetical, but at the same time, it seems like it's like there's like a hypothetical downside and no upside. I'm like, well, that's a weird trade-off in my mind.
Why do you say there's no upside? The upside-
Because we could, I mean, it's our money. We could spend it, we can amend the budget, you know, we can, finance committee can vote to
It's not a big amount
recommend
of money, yeah.
that the budget line for, you know, I mean, strictly speaking, I think the budget's been written to us, but we can, in our report, say, we vote to recommend this article with an amendment to increase it $25,000 in this line of accommodated costs for this community priority.
But it's perpetually or 1 year?
Once you put it into the baseline, it would probably go into the school department's budget and they would have it as a baseline for next year, so they had 25,000.
We still have to fund it next year, like it's not, I mean.
It would be part of their baseline.
None of these things cause us to have money that we didn't already have. Oh, Ed.
Just, so one quick question for the question to town council is, and are we asking, is it just a cap for the fund or the contribution per like, you know, the cap on a 1 year contribution or a cap overall for the size of the fund?
Well, so it's written right now that you could, you fix the number, you fix the percentage. So
Yeah,
a
percentage,
town
right.
meeting motion will give it, it'll be 30% or whatever it is, so it'll be fixed.
Yeah, but I think the question to town council is, are we just asking it what the cap, like, can we institute a cap on how much would go in any 1 year or?
Oh, like an
the
actual
total
number?
balance.
It has to be 25% minimum, so I can ask about the annual contribution being
Say
capped and then the
25% of 50K,
accumulation.
whichever is less.
Or just a cap on the stabilization
Yeah.
fund in total, like it can grow up to, let's say, 100,000 or 200,000 or whatever that cap is that you decide. That way there, that if we got all this excess money going in there, that we don't just keep piling it in there when that money could be used for something else.
So, yeah, when you say at least 25%, is that it's either 0 or 25%, it can't be 10, or it has to be 25%,
It
it
has to
can't be
be
0.
at least 25%.
So it can't be 0. So we can't.
It
What
can't,
if there's no money?
it says only,
But what I'm saying is, if we hit a cap, so we've got $10 million in the fund after, you know, I don't know what happened. And now we say, oh, I'm sorry, but we allocated 25% and we have to keep putting 25% in
I
there.
think that might be
Even
the
though we're
case.
$10 million already and there's no more unified sports that we can have because we have 50 different, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, these
Sports
are
going on, right?
hypotheticals, but at the same
Yeah.
time, I'm also not seeing the upside on the other side either, so.
Can I ask a question? What, is there a provision for, and maybe this is, Avery would need to ask, for stopping these contributions or dissolving such a fund?
I would think you'd have to
It's
be a
town
vote of
meeting.
town meeting. to
Town
dissolve
meeting
the
vote?
fund.
Yep.
Or to reverse what you've done, you know, town meeting voted to put, if they were to vote to put this in place, town meeting could vote to.
I mean, like, say we decide to, say this passes, but then we decide to make it a community priority, just like with the full day kindergarten fund, we spend it down or dissolve it or something. So, okay.
that's right.
Yeah, I think sorry, no,
Go for it.
I think Jane, I think your point is the right one. It's a imperfect mechanism to fund this. And for my opinion, even though it's imperfect, it still gives the right, you know, kind of indication, I think from for me, my vote would be to recommend it because I think it gives the right indication and then it's debated on the town floor, at town meeting.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that the power of the Burbank lease payments is not so much in the annual contribution, but in the power of it is in the accumulated contribution. Right, looking at 63,000 or 13,000 or 15,000 or 113,000 isn't great, but we were able to put 200,000 of it toward the pickleball project, which was meaningful in making that project pass. So, it's one-time monies for one-time costs. And we're trying to help fund an operational expense. And so that's where your community priority kind of helps, but you have to put that money every year into your operational budget.
Or
So
even their baseline, if you put in as a community
it would be put
priority.
in the baseline the following year.
But then with anything, it costs you more every year. There's the people who work on adaptive sports get pay increases, all that. So what's 25,000 this year would have to grow next year to cover what the costs are for the next year,
I'm confused though, because like running adaptive sports is an every year operational cost,
Like other sports.
right. And so whereas like the Burbank funds in the past, we use them for one-time things because they're unpredictable.
Right.
Generally, if we're going to earmark unpredictable things for anything, I would want to earmark them for something unpredictable and instead find predictable money to fund. I mean, again, it's all at the end of the day, I suspect that this is not going to change what's going to happen. That like this is like the money that Burbank pays to the town is the town's money, and the town will spend the town's money on this, and whether it goes through another account or not doesn't change that. But I still haven't heard why we would take irregular money to earmark that for a regular expense.
I think if anything, it just shows a commitment to find money for it. That it's like we're in a tight budget position right now, but we're willing to commit this, anything that comes in. I think it's kind of like it's showing the community that there's a commitment to put money towards this, however we have to get it in there. You know what I mean? But I do feel like, right now we don't feel like we can add anything, and we've got all these different boards and committees coming at us saying we need more money. We can't do everything we need to do. We have elder services saying we need money for programming. We have all these different things, and it's not really the year for us to be adding anything. So this kind of puts that instructional motion kind of says we don't have any room in our budget for it right now, but we're willing to commit X to be able to do it.
Maybe they'll go the rest of the way, and this is getting it started. And a $155 million budget, the rent we're getting is de minimis.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's the message. It's like we heard this instructional motion and we cannot expand our budget right now, or we can feel that we could expand it because we've got all these different asks. Like who can prioritize what ask is most important out of those things? It's really difficult. We shouldn't be adding anything
So this is the best we can do right now.
I think that you can look at it that way. But to me, I guess I would have probably wanted to do it as a community priority because it's such a small thing. But this allows a program to grow. You can look at it that way. If money's being designated to it in the back end and we put it in as a community priority, maybe this money could expand the program, or like Jane said, maybe purchase equipment, much needed equipment for the program. So I think it's just it shows a commitment to do something with an instructional motion that it seemed like there was a powerful message that the town meeting wanted us to find something that we could commit towards that program.
Couldn't you still show that same commitment without setting up a fund?
Oh, I think
Just
it's
make it a
true.
community
I'm just
priority
trying
and
to
just-
look at it from both
Right,
angles.
right.
Like I personally would have done it differently. That doesn't mean that there's no merit to it.
Yeah.
I do feel like
I'm supportive, I just don't like the mechanism.
I feel like the mechanism, like you said, the restrictions make me a little bit leery of it, just because you've got to be able to go to town meeting and ask for the money. And if that means that you have less flexibility than a regular program would have within our budget to make changes and add things and all of that. They have to wait for town meeting to make any kind of change. So that's the piece I don't love about it. But I see the commitment that it's trying to point out that we do think it's important, and we're willing to pledge, let's say, revenue that could be coming in to save towards expanding the program, but.
I know you.
I was gonna say, I've had a couple things, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
So, I'm getting antsy. I wanna point out sort of a rhetorical thing that's going on here, where like, I've heard, we can't choose among these things, but like, adopting this is choosing among these things. So we can choose among these things. We can also choose among these things other ways. This isn't the only way to choose among these things.
The town meeting should be the one who kind of points to, but they did point to it by an instructional motion.
Yes,
Do you know
right.
what I mean?
Right, but there's more than, so yeah, so, but the statement that we can't choose among these things, the town meeting can totally choose among these. The town meeting can say, pass this amendment and reject that amendment.
I guess I say that for me. When
Yeah.
I'm being told, keep this budget in line.
Right, yeah, this
And I'm
is,
getting my select board saying, cut as much as you can, get us through another year without an override. That's not the
this
time for you
didn't-
to ask me to add anything. I'm not gonna look at that list and pick which one I can do. If I can only do one, I'm gonna do one.
understood,
Yeah.
this is not,
I mean, that's under the purview of town meeting and FinCom to say,
Yep.
I think this is a small enough number that I would like to do this, and I don't think the $25,000 of free cash is a big deal. But for me to come at you with it when I'm getting that
no one's
message,
accusing you of coming at us.
if I were to come at you with all the requests that I got this year of things that I couldn't add for people.
Yes, no, I'm stating for the record, I'm impressed at the way you manage that barrage of requests,
And
in a way those who do your
and
job.
kept your sanity.
And, but then, yeah, our job are the voters of Reading, who elect town meeting members and so forth. It is our job to make these choices, so I'm not, hesitant to make them, and I wouldn't say we can't choose, because we totally can. All right, I'm gonna stop talking for a second, even though I have more questions. Ed?
Yeah, so again, just to kind of further on, I think the other thing to look at, notwithstanding what you were just saying, Joe, but like, I think it's proper to put it in this perspective, and I think for the discussion at town meeting, doing this doesn't start it. You know what I mean? Like this is, someone that wants, funding for this, given the nature of the fund and the rental payments, this won't do anything in the very short term. And I think that's important for people to know, but I think to extend on that though, this is, I think, given the instructional motion and everything that's kind of all the conversations across all of the committees and everywhere, that's happened, we've now unearthed something that's important, from the community. But this gets back to what I was saying before. If you want to fund it now, this isn't the right vehicle to be able to do it, because it is it's unpredictable as far as when money comes in, and it's one time versus operational. What we're looking to be able to do is operational, and this you can't tie these two things together. But I do think it's good to have it in place going forward when there are one-times associated with that type of a program.
I think you brought up exactly something I was going to talk about or ask about, because I don't know. So like, this doesn't have any impact on the availability of unified or adaptive sports in FY27, right? Because,
I think that there's some baseline number that the school department is carrying for unified sports, whatever they started with. I think
no
there's a need
expansion.
for, huh?
No expansion.
I think
No
they said they
expansion. They
had
looked into
10,000
expanding.
and they needed 20. That was someone had a letter
that's what
from
it was.
Dr. Milashevsky.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you're right.
because it's irrespective of this article, if I would like to know if town meeting wants to fund this program right now, then we have to find money some other way right now.
Exactly.
Which would be presumably expressed in the form of amending the budget to add a community priority for this. And do we know the amount that would be needed, or can we, I guess we get that information before town meeting, but it'd be nice to know in advance.
I thought you said that they said 25,000.
He's looking for 25,000.
He was looking for
You confirm that with the.
Okay.
But that's, again,
That's a pretty small number.
that's, and just to be able to clarify that point, that is only for whatever the school is identified. This doesn't stand anything, that wouldn't stand any money for recreation to stand up any programs
It's just for,
provided by the town.
it's just for unified sports, so
At
no
the
other
school
adaptive.
department,
just
expanding
unified
their
sports.
existing program.
Just the unified sports program.
Gotcha. Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean, I just
No.
wanted to clarify that.
So actually, you mentioned that community priority. Now, typically, the school budget is voted as a line item down at the bottom, and it's the school committee that decides how much to allocate to athletics or regular day education. So if we do a community priority, can we specify that that community priority is specifically for unified sport? Or do we say we want to increase the school budget and ask the school committee to spend it on the
You can
things
ask
we
the
ask?
superintendent to put it where, and the school committee to put it where we're asking.
Yeah.
But they're under no requirement to do so. Like you could increase by 25,000 and they could use it for something else. But I don't, I don't,
There would be blood.
because we can't, they don't have a line by line budget. It's not
Right,
the
right.
same as the
Yeah.
town where you could say, I'm gonna add this money to administrative services and we have to use it in there. Their budget is different, it's
Right,
bottom
right,
line.
so-
So if you chose to do something like this, like add the 25,000, it would go into their
bottom
budget. I would
line.
increase it, and then they'd probably have to readdress it as a school committee to allocate it to where it needs to go. I don't believe that they wouldn't do as you asked.
Absolutely, right.
I don't get the sense that they would do anything odd with the money, but just the way it's voted, there's no way for me to say, oh, you didn't use it for that. There's no recourse there.
Like
Emily.
pile on that question. Does the same hold true for stabilization funds? So there's one for the school department. So if town meeting, we get the funds, we have the, we get some rent, we have the funds, and then at the next town meeting, we do a disbursement to the school. Is it the same there? Like here's $20,000 for you to spend on unified sports. Are they under obligation to do it?
I would
They
say-
probably would.
I would say in good faith, they probably would, but
But they're not.
It would become part of that one line that you're voting, so they could choose not to. But I don't get the vibe that
But
they
if
would
it comes
do
from the
that.
stabilization fund, they have to.
No, that was I think the
That's my
question was,
question.
yeah.
Oh, but is it like a-
That was Emily's question, the answer was no.
But what if it's like a school revolving account, like
No,
schools,
the stabilization
even within their
fund would
revolving
take
account,
expenses.
like they can't spend full day K money on special ed, for example, or
Right.
something like that. So if they had a dedicated,
No,
Adaptive
I don't think that, I don't think
program.
that's correct, because that's not how it's written.
no,
It's a new
that-
special purpose stabilization fund to be called the School Department Adaptive Programming Stabilization Fund
They
for the
call it
purpose of supporting the provision of
revolving account.
adaptive programming. So if you take it out, out of the fund, they can only use it for
Well, that's what
You're
it
tethered.
says, but you're not gonna, we don't charge expenses to the stabilization fund. It would be money coming in to support the operating budget. And so those expenses are part of their operating budget, so I would think that they would honor what it says the stabilization is for. But we've had that issue come up in the past with other superintendents where on town meeting floor, they say, if I give you an extra this much money, will you do this? He's like, I would love the extra money, but whatever I wasn't here then, but I
mean,
can use
if he
it.
had this $20,000 and, that the special education transportation fund was missing $2,000, like, gee, I've got to get these kids bussed over there, right? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, he-
sports is great, but,
Yeah,
But if it was a
legally, I
revolving
have
account,
to-
remember with the revolving
Yeah.
accounts, we couldn't touch like, when we had the previous override, you couldn't touch, it was all this money in extended day revolving account, couldn't touch it, could only be spent on that.
Yeah.
So,
That was they do abide by it,
right, so,
whatever the
but this
fund is
could be a
supposed to be for.
revolving account instead of a stabilization account, I suppose.
That's possible, yeah, because then you spend the money right out.
Then it would only go to it, that's the way you guarantee.
Yeah.
So
But I mean, I can't see the school not using it for what it's for, because it's clear as day what we're asking the fund to be.
We're gonna have a new superintendent in a few
Right.
months, and he could.
And
Yeah,
he
I don't
decided
have
to-
that
Yeah.
too, I mean, I'm speaking to what I know is the
Yeah.
administration
Yeah.
right now, that doesn't mean.
Have we had enough? Are we ready for motion?
Move the question.
Where's Phil, Ardino when you need him?
Yeah.
Or did we have?
The wording on this
public
is fixed, right? Because the select board voted on it.
Is
Yeah,
it
the
fixed?
warrant is closed, so,
Warrant is
right,
closed.
so
Like,
it's,
the
we're
word that
voting
it
on a
says, you know,
stabilization fund.
Coaches, this, and any other. It's like, does that require you to spend on all of the things? It should say or.
Yeah,
Right.
or.
Because if you say and, then we're required to spend money, some amount of money on coaches and trainers and support staff and.
And any other expenses intended to support
right?
the program.
But
Is
all
that
right,
something
it's-
that could be, I mean, I suspect that changing that
One of
and
those-
to an or, I mean, I am not a moderator, but I
Yeah.
might guess that you could change that, that would be within the four corners of the article to change that one
And you
in
can
the
just throw
motion.
in including but not
With
limited
these
to.
Right, exactly.
Just extended
No,
it.
geez, yeah.
I've just extended my travel days.
Clearly, there was a little bit of discussion. Yeah, so no, we're voting on this as it's written, so stabilization, not revolving, I guess, and not, well, the and and or probably doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that one doesn't matter. And then again, it's sort of the, with the constraints as we understand them. All right,
Motion to recommend the contents of Article 14 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
thank you, Emily, thank you, Ed. Any final discussion before we vote? All right, starting on Zoom, John.
Yes.
John, I could not hear you.
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
No.
Ed?
Yes.
Emily?
Struggling. I'm gonna go no.
No? All right. Joe McDonough?
No.
Marianne?
Yes.
And Joe Carnahan, no. That is a 4-4.
Ooh, we need Andrew.
Well,
So,
it's just a
I think
report.
we
right?
voted, yes, we voted 4-4 on the question of recommending this to town meeting. So that is a,
A lack of a recommendation.
I mean, that is a vote on a recommendation. Is it a recommendation?
Try wording that.
That's philosophical. Well, who
I'll take it.
already volunteered
I'll take it.
to give this
Yep,
report?
I'll
All
take
right.
No, no, it expresses our discussion really. There's an ambiguous and there's, and I think like I would say,
Our general
I had a
ambivalence.
conditional no before, mine's almost a conditional yes, because I believe there should be a cap, but I also believe that's what's gonna happen.
No. And Josie.
Hope we
who's
find a way
presenting
to
this?
fund this.
Yes, well, so
whatever
we're not
that
done,
happens to be.
we haven't discussed we're not done with the budget yet.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know, we gotta do all those individuals and it's 10 o'clock. Who is the,
Don't we have another article?
We still have two more.
We have two more
And who's
financial
doing
articles,
this
one of which is a giant boatload of money.
No, we have, well, then we
One of us is a boatload of money from enterprise funds, which feels less painful than a giant boatload of money from free cash or debt or whatever, but I guess it's debt. So anyway, please go ahead.
who's doing
Article 15.
Ed.
Ed.
Ed preemptively claimed that one
Oh, I
earlier.
thought he said he was gonna be traveling, all right.
No, I mean, we're not gonna get
might
to.
I
still.
think
Because Ryan.
Ryan
you
will be
back.
presenting this at town meeting.
Alright,
So this is Article 15. This is to fund the Parker Turf Field. Parker Turf is 18 years old. They typically have a life of 10 to 12 years. It is very worn. It requires regular maintenance, fixing the field, doing the infill. The bleachers are also there. That's part of the project.
Repairing damage from fireworks set off on it.
I have no comment. Don't be doing that. Additional improvements include making it ADA accessible from the upper parking lot down to the field, replacing the deteriorated oversized bleachers with low maintenance seating wall or appropriately sized code compliant bleachers. The plan has been done. The estimated cost is 1.7 million. We do have Ryan Percival still on the call.
Thank you,
That's
Ryan.
impressive.
He's not sleeping.
I see a hand up from Mark.
So I've got a question. Over the last 18 years, how much do we think we've saved by not having to do, if it was grass, the maintenance on this field?
I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
And what will we save, I guess, in the future? If it's 10 to 12 years, life, and you'd have to do a lot less maintenance on these versus grass. We gotta be saving money, right?
I mean, we're saving money. The reality is it's a heavily used field. I mean, it's heavily used. And so if you have grass, you can't use it that much. So you have a lot fewer sports that can happen there because they can't, you just wear out the grass and it's just not really safe to play
Or it's
on.
muddy.
It's muddy, it's hard, it's compacted. So that's a factor.
But what type of maintenance would we have to do if it was grass? Other than, mowing, but wouldn't it have to be, would it have to be reseeded after 5 or 6 years? Do we have any estimate on what the cost would be if we didn't do this?
In terms of an alternative?
Well, we'd have to if we wanted to go back to grass, we'd have to build a new grass field and rip all of this up and build a new grass field. So it's either.
No, but even just would we spend, just say it's a 12-year life, would we spend, more than $1.7 million if it was grass over those 12 years?
That facilities kind of, I mean.
You know that, Ryan?
That's a difficult cost to do on the fly. I mean, if you think about a natural turf field and the amount of use that this field gets and the area that this field is in, any rain, any saturation, I mean, you can see it at Morton Field when it gets a lot of rain. We have a lot of issues out there where you can't use it. This is a heavily used area. To Jane's point, if we went to natural grass, you'd have to probably spend even more than that to put it back to natural grass. And if this had a lot of use, you'd have to replace the field and take it offline for more than a season so that turf could mature. So you're cutting, you're aerating, you're sprinkling, you're reseeding, you're resodding, you're repatching areas. That cost, I don't know what the figure is. We can find out for you, but that cost is high. Maintenance cost is high. And that's why a lot of these fields are going to turf.
You can just get Forrest Gump to do it.
I'm gonna call on Joe. Go ahead.
Do we know the breakdown between, I definitely agree the field needs to be replaced, but the rest of the stuff there, the replacing the bleachers, do you have any rough idea on what that percentage is?
What piece of it is the bleachers and what piece of it is the turf and those pieces? Yeah. That's a good question. I don't have it at hand. I don't know if you know that, Ryan, off the top of your head.
If you give me a second, I can probably try to find that. I could tell you the replacement of the turf is probably along the lines of 1.2 million and change. Maybe even a little bit more than that. What you're seeing for the, removing the bleachers, putting in a wall that doesn't really have to be maintained, a low-lying wall, so there's going to be no more bleachers left there. And really the ADA accessibility is probably driving a little bit more of that cost difference between the just the turf replacement and adding some of those amenities on.
And do we, I'm assuming it makes sense to do this all at once? Could we do the bleachers later, or?
We're taking out the bleachers that have to be inspected every year and all of that.
Yeah, so those bleachers, back in 2007 and when we replaced this, the bleachers were in not great condition. The bleachers now are in a lot rough condition. Underneath the bleachers are all broken up. We have issues with runoff and issues with runoff coming out close to the turf field. So, and again, I just want to touch on the fact that we don't really have we don't have any access from the school. So that's really more of the driving factor than the bleachers, because we have to rip the bleachers out to get the ADA accessibility in anyway.
And we don't have a scoreboard on that field, I don't think, do we?
No. We currently do not, but under the scope of the article, it is in there for amenities and things like that. If we do have some additional funds, I think number 7 on there. Again, and this is a draft conceptual. The upper ADA compliancy is going to change a little bit, but 7 is just a placement of a scoreboard, a freestanding scoreboard.
There's also a storage building. There's repaving of the access road. So.
Yeah, we're widening we're making the field slightly wider because we just need a little bit more room for player staging areas, which would be number 3, and things of that nature. And another important thing about this field is back in 2007 and 2008, it wasn't standard practice to have what they call the vendor that sells it is Brock pad, but there's a padding that goes underneath the fields now that even if these do lose some of their crumb rubber, or in this case, we're putting an organic fill, they don't, they'll still meet the HIC rating and the GMAX rating, which had we tested this field, there's fear that this will not pass those too.
Jeffrey?
I'm curious, with the reduction, taking out the bleachers, are there sports, high school sports or JV or something that play there that need the stands or the bleachers for spectators? Or, I'm thinking that the low wall is not going to be a lot of seating compared to what's available now, but I don't know how much demand there is for spectators.
Yeah, there's certainly not a demand as big as the bleachers that are there now. I don't know if you've been out there in a while, but the bleacher sets that are out there now are massive. We've talked with Recreation, gone over a lot of the use numbers with Activitas, our consultant, and feel as though that seating would be ideal for the use of the field that's out there. There are areas where you can just stand along a fence that's going to be there too. So it's just more of a low maintenance scenario to help reduce overall maintenance costs on this field in the area.
Ed?
So this is Parker, is this where they have graduation for them, 8th grade graduation? Is it on Parker Field?
Yes.
And so.
Yeah, I would assume so.
So I think that was when they used I recall that's where the bleachers were used the most, was during that event.
Oh.
Does Activitas know about Parker graduation?
But that's once a year, and I know one of my kids, it was inside because it rained, so they did it in the auditorium, and the other one was COVID, it was 2021, and we did it at the high school on their field. It's once a year, they could move it to the high school if they had to.
Yeah.
Bleachers are very expensive. We can add them to the project if we like.
So that's a good segue to my question, or really my question is a comment, which is I probably don't need to say, but for the love of everything, please be clear about what things might be added to the project or removed from the project depending on the size of the bids for the main part.
So our background is pretty clear. Basically everything that you see there, amenities, everything, turf, the wall, any bleachers that we may put in, that's in there too. And accessibility. So we do have that language in there to leave it open for us.
Yeah.
Storage
Just want to avert that. We don't need to have that situation again. Or that.
Nope, we're very well aware.
Jeffrey.
Where's this? How's this funded? Is this debt inside the levy? Okay.
Yeah, so this is requesting debt.
Okay.
Authorization of debt.
Love that debt. I love that AAA credit rating is what I love. But anyway, all right. Mark.
So if this does pass, will it be done in the summer? Is that the plan, or when's the timing?
The timing for this would be spring of 27. So spring, summer 27. We're gonna allow this to go. I believe it does that sound right, Sharon and Jane? Yeah, that's correct. I'm commingling projects, so I'm just thinking about it in my head.
We'll start next spring.
Yes, correct.
Get it in then.
Spring 27.
Will foul up my 8th grader's graduation. I will not let that influence my vote here.
No, it's really nice to have it at the high school. There's a lot more parking, just trust me.
Yeah, Parker's rough.
It was really not good when it was in the auditorium. You want it at the high school. This is a blessing for you.
Okay, all right. Duly noted. All right, other comments? I'm not seeing any.
All right, motion to recommend the contents of Article 15 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none. Starting on Zoom. John,
Yes.
who might be muted. Mark?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeffrey?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
Joe McDonough?
Yes.
Marianne?
Yes.
Joe Carnahan, yes. 8-0. Who wants to give that report? That one's not claimed yet.
Okay, moving on.
Wait, did we have
Oh, no,
something?
sorry.
Sully? Okay.
We're signing people now.
That's it. It's past 10, we're signing people now.
All right. We're still not done. Article 16, right?
Article 16, that is correct. This article is to authorize debt for the replacement of 2 sewer pump stations. One is 51 years old, great vintage, 1974. No reason. And the Brewer Lane pump station was built in 1979. Also a lovely vintage. You do not want to have sewer pump stations fail. My recommendation would be don't do that. Don't do that. Ryan is on, he can speak to it. Or Chris is here.
Both of them could speak to it.
They both could speak to it. There's a lot of maintenance involved with these stations.
This is a talkative group, but I'm not
Yeah.
anticipating much.
Do we all really have much
I was
to
gonna
say about
it's like
sewers at 10:15
sewer
at night?
failure. Do we have much to say about sewer pump failure at 10:15?
Let me roll up my shirt sleeves, dig into that. No, I don't have anything.
It's a community priority.
It would be. We have enterprise funds for this, but I mean, this debt would be paid with sewer enterprise fund. Yeah,
Mhm. It wouldn't be in the general fund.
Yeah.
It would be incorporated in the rate to pay the debt.
Yep.
This is part of a regular, plan or a prioritized plan. It's presented in the article about what needs to be done. Joseph Way is first, Brewer Lane is second. You can see Strout, Grove, etc. We think this is responsible maintenance. As you know, with our sewer, we do a lot of work to maintain our sewer system to reduce sewer backups. Nobody wants a sewer backup. That's why we put out
I think
all
you're
kinds
preaching
of.
to the choir at this point.
We put out a lot of information about, please don't put grease or wipes into the pipes there. And, these stations struggle with some of that, with grease issues and electrical problems, so.
I don't see any question on this one.
Motion to recommend the contents of Article 16 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none. Starting on Zoom. John.
Yes.
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 Ed.
Yes.
Emily.
Yes.
Joe McDonough.
Yes.
Marianne.
Yes.
Joe Carnahan, yes. 8-0. Who doesn't have one of these yet?
I think we got them all now.
So
Wait,
I don't have.
Jeffrey
one,
doesn't
but
have
Jeffrey
one.
doesn't
There's
have
a
one.
chance that I will not be on the finance committee at the time of town meeting. So you can assign something to me,
There we
but
go. I knew that's the reason why he was quiet.
Oh, interesting.
Do you have
Okay.
one, Joe?
I got the first one.
Oh, okay.
Capital plan.
so you assign it to me or decide that if I'm still on finance committee, I get to pick up ones for somebody who's absent.
It doesn't, I'm about to say it's Joe and I can flip a coin. We're the first two. We're kind of circling back around to the back at this point. Actually, Joe, I'll nominate you because again, I'm going to be tired of my own voice this town meeting. So.
We already doubled up Endry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not on, not on hard ones or anything. Not on hardball. Okay, all right. Ooh, we can actually cross something off. It only took hours.
Oh, we still got to do Article 10.
Well, yeah, that's got its own bullet in the agenda
Oh,
to
yeah,
discuss and
that's
vote
right,
on.
that's
Yes, this was other financial articles.
Great.
All right. So,
So we done with Chris Cole, yeah.
yeah, so, geez, we are not going to get to
Chris and
everything.
Ryan.
Thank you,
Yes,
guys.
thank you.
Let's get out by 11 tonight.
So the things we have to do, although, God, I hate treating the override as not a have to do. We'll get to future agendas and maybe we'll actually figure out some other time to meet because I feel like that's getting.
We have to talk about that.
That is coming up so fast. All right, but what we have to do is the report to town meeting and voting on the budget. There was a draft report. Maybe I'll bring that up now, because again, I'm putting off the vote on the budget to the last possible second. I wrote a thing. I already know it's wrong with respect to the bottom of the first page. That's already noted. But yes, did people have comments, questions,
Change
concerns,
free
corrections?
cash, sorry, change the free cash amount.
Yes. Oh yeah, I got that one actually. I already made that edit. Yes, good call. So yes, the cuts like these reduce the projected use of free cash in the FY27 budget at the top of page 2 here to 6.45 million. Which again, compared to 6.75 million.
It's a lot, but it's lower.
Exactly. All right. Jeffrey, you had a hand up.
I have three things. The first thing is just a stupid grammar point. Is the first paragraph, the period goes inside the quotation marks.
Oh, you got me on that last. I hang on with too many people from other
somebody
countries.
check your work.
But you that was your comment on my report last year. I remember it now.
Maybe there's a bullet item relying on the new special education stabilization fund instead of prepaying out of district special education costs. I don't recall that being.
Am I mixing up the?
I think it was the 2 years of school choice funds that were used.
I think it may have been both.
I mean, my understanding is that they always prepay the tuition.
I think did they reduce that?
No, this year they did something different, though. They're using school choose. I remember I asked, how come this thing didn't go up as much? They're drawing right out of their reserve fund.
Or the special ed stabilization fund?
I think they're drawing out of it this year. That's what I thought. I'd have to look back at the presentation, and my laptop's dead. But I thought that wasn't that what they said?
Yeah.
So okay, so let's.
I mean, but out of district special ed costs are going down, and you're saying that's because they're drawing, not because the costs go down, or?
No, the cost went down, but their transportation was going up like 30%. So I was just I remember asking, why are costs going in? And he said we were using some of the special ed stabilization fund. We'd have to bring up the presentation from February 25th to see that.
All right, so let's, Jeffrey, do you have because this is not an exhaustive list of all the clever things that went into this budget. The report cannot be that long. The bit about utilizing school choice funds from both the
this year and
current and
that's what I'm doing.
Yes, utilizing, okay.
That's I know that they're doing, and they know that that's not sustainable, but
Right.
they're
choice
some of these things. But I mean, they always whenever they get to the end of the year, and they're like, okay, if we have special ed money left over, we prepay our tuition, and that's always what they're doing. And I assume they intend to do that. And if you didn't prepay it, then you'd have even more special ed costs to pay, as opposed to that helping you out in any case.
I see. Jack's going to edit mode. I am editing in my Google Docs copy here too.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find it in the school budget here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so if I change that relying on new special education fund instead of prepaying, then I could change that bullet to utilizing school choice funds from both the current and subsequent years, or current and next year, or current and following year.
It was the previous and
previous and current year. Previous and current years. Okay.
And then the other, you described the Killiman Recal project as pass-throughs, and I'm not sure that's the thing I would have used for that. So I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to talk about that, because if you look at you're like, oh my God, property taxes went up 9%. No, your property taxes going to the operating budget went up 2.5%, and then your property taxes to pay for big chunks of Killiman Recal went up another 7%. So ouch, but it's also not the same thing.
But I guess I wouldn't describe it as a pass-through.
How would you or others describe it? Because it's not, we can't use that money for it comes from the taxpayers and it goes to the project, and it doesn't get to be used in the.
I would call it direct support of project.
All right, so let me find where I wrote about that. That was in
You like
That's what I was gonna
earmarked?
say.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's totally what I was gonna say.
okay, all right, these are,
We're in sync tonight, Ed.
all right, hold on, well, yes, so, these are,
It's the last page.
yeah, no, I'm looking at it, so these are pass-throughs, the voters' right, these are, so I'm gonna say these are temporary tax increases that the voters of Reading chose to earmark for these two specific projects. Okay, so these are temporary tax increases that the voters of Reading chose to accept to earmark for these two specific projects. Two specific. So more tax, I see, that comes in, all the same amount of tax money goes out to pay for those projects. Yeah.
Those are my comments.
Cool, no, that's a good one, especially the. Jax, what's my deadline for getting this to you? Or if any,
We'll go to print in a couple weeks, so.
oh, okay, all right, well, that's positively luxurious amounts of time. The last year, I wrote this report and you said the answer to that question was tomorrow. So I'm trying to not get caught like that this time. And we also had an extra week of meetings last year, so. All right, Joe.
Really minor, Joe. First, I love the word trilemma. Is it how you say it?
Yes.
Rather than say like either permitting new development, do you want to say like, I don't know, like adapting or accommodating new development? Because it's more like the action, right? It's not the actual permit type. I think I know. Are you trying?
Yeah, I mean, permit is a term of art in the field of building, of course. So I get where you're going at. Where like, it's not specifically about building permits or occupancy permits or whatever. It's permitting in the sense of
Allowing.
we allow it.
Yeah.
So allowing.
Yeah, allowing. Yeah.
Allowing. There we go. That is not allowing is not the same. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you know, we're allowing a lot more things to be built, meaning
Yes.
traffic, more students in the schools. Yeah, so I think allowing is good.
All right. Other.
This meeting is a bladder buster.
I know, I was like,
All
I
right.
gotta go to the bathroom, sorry, people.
Yeah. No, we're doing shifts here. I'm trying not to take any
We're going around the table, you went, then I went, you went.
There's probably a queue somewhere. All right. Any other comments on the budget summary?
Nope.
No. All right, cool. I don't think that requires a vote per se. Back to the agenda. Geez, I don't want to have another meeting and I don't want to not talk about the override, but I feel like it's too late to start a conversation about the override, isn't it?
Do we have to
Yes.
vote all those individual lines?
We do. I'm
so
putting that one off to the very, very last thing.
before midnight?
Right, but I'm because we're, in case the meeting suddenly somehow becomes not hybrid before that.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I think we, when's the next possible date that we could, that we have?
Meet. I mean, we have next week as a placeholder because there wasn't a guarantee, and indeed, a saner chair than the one you're stuck with would have already booked us out to next week because we wouldn't have gone through the whole town budget in one night, which means we wouldn't have gotten through the whole warrant tonight, which means we would be meeting next week. So
Is that too, and apologies, let me know if I'm encroaching on agenda topics here, but what exactly are we going to discuss in relation to the override? Like what's, and does that dictate a certain time that we need to do it?
I mean, sooner the better, I feel like is the sense, because this is, you know, it's kind of hard to overstate the impact of having an override or not on the FY '28 budget.
Did you have the override on your agenda for tonight?
Yes.
I
But
mean, we're not setting a number or something. right?
no, although, but like, how does the number get set? I bet that if it weren't 10:30 at night, it would be a reasonable question to ask town staff, hey, where did these numbers come from?
Does it also, given the mechanism is, do we need to take a cue from the select board? Or are we purposely doing it ahead of the select board when they make their have their discussion on it? I'm just trying to understand, you know, do we need to do it next week, or do we just need to target it prior to their next meeting? Is it post-election? You know, it's like there's, you know, a couple different kind of.
Well, it's gotta be, they have one meeting between now and the election,
One,
so.
yeah, so
They're not gonna be planning any overrides in one meeting. So that's not a concern as far as like, there's no, but also honestly, part of what I want to understand is how we are supposed to collaborate with them on this. I mean, what's the appropriate way to support?
I think it makes sense to schedule a meeting, you know, with that being the topic with the select board, because remember Karen Herrick was asking us, you know, we should
Okay.
have a joint meeting, almost like a financial forum.
I was just
We
gonna say the
talk
same
about
thing.
the situation, and the number
Right.
actually gets set by the select board, but with recommendations coming from this board.
Sure, they don't
from
make it
me,
up with a,
but, you know, like I want to say the number that we had, the first override came with a recommendation from Bob, and then there were other things that they wanted to add, and they asked for a bigger number than maybe what he had originally asked for, you know? So, but in the end, what ends up on that ballot is what they decide the number is.
Yep.
There was a joint meeting with the school committee and the select board.
Oh, yeah, the school committee should be involved.
And
as well.
finance committee.
It's kind of like another
well, I was
financial.
gonna say, we just reinvented the financial forum. It sounds like under future meeting agendas, we should totally have a financial forum about this, you know, sometime. I mean, there's probably not time between the election, and doing anything before the election probably doesn't make sense. I don't know who will be on the school committee. But likewise, but there's probably not much time between the election and town meeting. There's only like 3 weeks there or something. And I'm assuming that you all will be rather busy, but I mean,
Why do we have to have an override discussion before town meeting?
We don't.
And not after? Yeah.
I would think after. would
Yeah,
be
all right.
fine.
And then.
I mean, just because we're prepping for, you
Yeah,
know.
so we're
town
looking at
meeting,
May.
It might be harder to do it.
we're
but-
looking at May, and May is not too late as far
Well, I
as.
mean, a lot of times we don't meet after
Mark,
town
same
meeting
thing.
until like our end of June day.
Yeah.
So this is
Right.
other than.
These would be adding special meetings.
So, yeah.
And then there'd be all kinds of informational sessions for residents to learn
Yeah.
more about it.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it starts with a conversation like more like the financial forum where all the key players come in, school committee, FinCom, select board. That would be my guess if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, but
All right,
I want to say that was the kind of meeting we started the whole conversation with that being the topic.
Last night, the select board, based on some consensus, decided to target May 9th, Saturday, May 9th for their retreat.
okay.
So I'm starting to try to put some reservations and hold space and do that kind of thing. And we'll confirm that after the election. But yeah, so they're planning that that's the first Saturday. If town meeting goes 4 nights, that'll be the Saturday after the last night. And so it's just, they're gonna go straight into their retreat.
So then would you recommend that we had a forum prior to or post?
We can't have a forum like while town meeting is happening too.
No, it's really tough to do
But
that.
it's and again, I'm not trying to cram things in, but it's May 11th, March 11th now.
Yeah, so it sounds like,
You gotta have a forum before the summer, because people will be around.
yeah, so it looks like we're ending up in the, you know, I mean, I don't have my calendar
If we're
open,
targeting
mid-May.
for a November ballot
Kinda-
question,
I
we
would
want
say
to get started
late
right
May.
after.
Late May,
Right
I mean,
after
obviously staying away from Memorial
Yeah.
Day, but
Latest, just so you
So
can start
so
getting
you would
word.
recommend doing a post their
I think,
meeting?
yeah, let the select board, we'll have some
Sure.
time, we'll get some numbers together, we'll, you know, start taking a look at
This is
what's
their-
the
right.
appetite. And then there'll be some more discussion about how do we want to approach it. It gives you guys sometime if you have ideas about what you want to, communicate that to us, and we'll also have some time to have there's not a lot of runway here to build up to that retreat and then to the financial forum. So, yeah.
All right, so we're looking at late,
May 13th, like that's.
or maybe the 20th.
May 20th sounds it's probably
What's
right.
the difference, I guess, or because it's
1
so
week.
soon?
I think it's just 1 week is the difference.
Well, I think we
I wanna
would want to
take that
meet with
week
the
off
select
and go
board
on
before we
vacation.
had the forum too.
Oh, would we?
Because
No, I thought this
it
was the meeting with.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So it is it.
You're gonna need a
And
break.
then,
Vacation.
so we would invite the
that
school committee to that meeting too, or just us and select?
Fresh.
Then it's a full.
Camera
I'll do
ready.
the same thing. I'll just do the same thing.
All right, okay, so we can put that in pencil. Obviously, we got to talk to the other chairs of the other committees and so on and so forth. But yeah, okay, so we're looking at late May for that, not tonight, and not next week either. There was an item about finance committee email communication, just having to do with the fact that residents try to reach out to us and it doesn't get to us because it ends up in, I think, both Sharon's and my spam folders and nowhere else. It's not a great system.
I think both of the emails we were looking for did show up in mine, but one I just.
Okay, all right.
It was there a day before I noticed it was there. I get a lot of emails. It's just good. But I think I saw emails from you guys before I'd even gotten to the one you guys were looking for. I think Mary Ann might have sent something saying somebody reached out to me, said they sent us an email, and it was sent
That was
at
the-
8 p.m. that
Yeah,
night before.
and things, that was the thing that went into the junk mail folder, right?
Yes.
But it didn't go into my junk mail
Okay.
folder. I have so many
But
when I
did your-
come in,
your
I hadn't
inbox
gotten
and
to
your-
it. So I saw your email before I saw the actual email you were
Right,
referring
because
to.
just someone, the resident who was on the COA, and I didn't
Yeah.
even know there was another one. I mean, there might have even been a third one that I haven't seen.
I only saw 2.
This person told me like 3 different COA members, but I only saw 2, so maybe they emailed the wrong.
But
We had
it may
in-person
be-
representation as well, but yeah.
It could be, I'll have to check my spam folder
I
if
did.
there is.
I think the
another one.
in-person person who spoke was supposedly the third person who I was, the other 2 COA people told me, oh, this third person sent an email, but I didn't see it, so maybe she chose to come
Yeah,
speak in
come
person
speak, yeah.
instead.
All right, anyway, we don't need to change anything about how that works tonight, but in the future, we
Something to
might want to
think about, yeah.
switch to actually having a form by which we could all get emailed, but I won't, not making any decisions at this point in the night, other than
Joe,
approving.
one little thing back to the override, if it's a little thing, but DLS has a nice website where you can punch in the numbers.
Yeah, they do.
Like
They have a lot of information.
You
on
wanna do
their
$1 million, you
website.
wanna do 10 million, what the tax impact would be.
It's by how,
Yeah,
by
it's-
any
it's by
community,
town.
by.
Yeah, they have all the
has
data
assessed
already
value.
loaded.
Because they
for
know,
town.
they know what our tax, they set our tax, we set our tax
Yeah.
rate with
But
them.
then
so
does
they have
that take
everything.
into account what we're kicking in when the debt exclusion kicks in too? I mean, that's just taxes due to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
override, but a resident's gonna want to know the bottom line.
Yeah.
You still
And
have the
CPA.
tax calculator.
Yeah, we can do another calculator to
right.
include everything.
All right.
Yeah, because the debt's not in there right now, my guess is that they don't know what we're paying for the debt, so it's gonna not include the debt exclusion.
Yeah.
But it gives you a
But
rough idea.
it'd be pretty close.
It'd be a rough
probably.
idea, yeah.
All right, we haven't actually voted on the budget yet, so let's, there's actually still a substantive question about if and how this committee would like to make a recommendation about unified sports and community priorities. So, sorry to cut off the thing, but we gotta go. So, let's see, I guess, hold on, I gotta find the scorecard, which again, I never did get to load successfully here.
I think there's a connection issue for some of the guys online too.
I'm getting instability.
Yeah.
You get instability,
Because your
yeah, mine's
connection's
getting,
unstable.
yeah.
No, I have trouble. I mean, I see Mark and John still seem animated to me.
Yeah, they might have a connection issue though.
Oh, but they might have a connection issue.
Yeah, they
before we
might have
start
a
voting.
connection issue. I don't know. I know that usually
Right.
cuts out.
It's, I'm not sure you get
They
where,
have to give you a
I'm not sure you
thumbs
get
up.
where I was going with this.
Oh,
But,
never mind, yeah.
So, hold on, I'm getting the scorecard, which is what we actually vote on.
Page 21 of the PDF.
Because I want to see if that's, which I'm getting on my phone because my internet connection on my computer doesn't work.
You wanna look on this?
I think we should
Oh, yours
have,
works. All
I
right.
think we should have Jackie bring it up because there was
Yes, thank you.
changes,
All right.
yeah.
So hypothetically, if we wanted to, express unified sports as a community priority, that would be
We would add it to the school
Add it to
department's
the school
budget.
line.
Okay, add it to the school department. All right.
And then I would just change it on the financial forecast as well to increase the free cash by 25,000.
Yeah. All right.
If that's what you want to do, yeah.
Yeah, the cleaning crew is here. That's our sign that we need to get the heck out. All right.
Their way of saying it's time to go.
Yes. All right. So yeah, go if you don't mind. So normally we just go through these and vote on each one. Are there any other amendments besides that one that anyone wants to vote with this committee? No. Okay, I'm not seeing any. All right. So in that case, I think the way we should do this is go through line by line with we are still hybrid for the moment. I don't know if we are going to stay hybrid.
We'll start doing them and we'll see how long we still have hybrid.
Yeah.
We only have one or do we have two?
We have two. So Mark and John, I hope you are both picking up what I'm putting down here. It would be rude for me to throw you out of the meeting, but on the other hand.
I just saw one drop off.
Okay, yes, all right. All right, so, okay. We are eternally grateful.
Great job, John.
Okay.
Thanks, boys.
Yes, no, they can't hear us say this, but they could.
Love you, mean it.
Subtle hint.
They're watching it on
So
RCTV.
let's
so they're not
vote,
participating.
let's vote on each line, and then when we get to the,
Oh,
99.
no.
Is that true?
Chris
He's saying
Haley.
if you start the meeting with a roll call, the entire meeting remains roll call vote. Is that true? I don't know.
I don't know if.
I mean, it's not what we did last year.
I am not in charge of your meeting, Mr.
I
Chairman.
know.
Nope, you're in charge, Joe.
The meeting is up to you, but I don't know if that's true or false.
I'm gonna do a little look-see right now.
You can still, well, you can still roll call. It's still easier doing it in person than you're doing it online.
I mean, that is true. It would be.
It is a lot faster when you don't have to, but I get it.
All right. I'm giving people a second to.
Chris has come up before at select board.
Oh.
He would know for sure.
Well, that's a good learning moment because I didn't know that.
You're right.
It's not awful. So I guess we do roll call?
I guess I'm texting the town clerk, but I hope that she's asleep.
Well, she did.
Oh, she just read the message.
Okay.
If we can't get them back, what happens? If they,
No, it's
No,
fine.
no, they should be roll
It just,
call.
we have to roll call in the room.
If you're doing it, if you start the meeting with roll call, you have to stay. I didn't know that was
I mean,
the case, but if
so we.
now that
just
we
did
know
roll
it, you
call.
can't claim ignorance, that's for sure. If that's true.
Let's see.
I know my surgeon.
3 dots.
She's
I see
right.
several
It's
people.
still easier for us to
Right.
do roll call
Right.
here.
Several people are double, triple, and quadruple checking this here.
Yeah,
Hoping to find that to be a false statement.
we're looking for the loophole, only for finance committees.
Exactly.
This is just
What if
something
there's
where.
no one watching?
She says if all members are online, if any members are online, all online members dropped off. Okay, she read that. We enjoying our,
Waiting our suspense. I mean, at some point, researching the question takes longer than doing
Just doing it,
30
right?
roll call
Right.
votes.
then no, she said. Then no.
She's saying,
Let the record show the town clerk has
Okay.
weighed in at 10:41 PM.
All right.
That'd be
Does anyone
Oh,
here
right,
have
this is
a?
no, if you want to trust your Gemini here, it says,
Please don't ask me to go on the record about that.
if in Massachusetts, if there says, if any member of a public body participates remotely, all votes must be taken by roll call. This requirement holds true regardless of whether members drop off, provided at least one remote participant remains.
Okay.
The body holds a quorum.
yeah, but there isn't one.
We have a quorum and no remote participants remain. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's, I think,
Moving on.
you know, all right, in that case, let's do this. We've got the scorecard here, and then when we get to U99 school department, I'll ask for a vote on whether or not the committee recommends an amendment of an increase of 25,000. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
we discussing anything on mass, or we already discussed the budget and we feel good going straight to
I
vote?
think you move a motion and we see what comes up,
Okay.
right?
All right.
All right. Motion to recommend the contents of line B99 to town meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 5-0. Wait, 6-0. 6-0. Cool. Yeah, we still got 6 even. All right. Please.
Motion to recommend the line item C99 to town meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item D99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Just to
Motion
note that 250% is because of Killam.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
The debt exclusion is the first payment.
Just-
Yeah.
Motion to recommend line E99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line F99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item G91 to town meeting as presented.
Second. Sorry.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item G92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? I could be replaced with a recording. 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item G91A to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item G92A to town meeting as presented.
Is that the one we just did?
Nope.
No, we did.
Okay, we did 90.
91A,
91A,
92A.
Understood. All right.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item H91 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item H92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item I91 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item I92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Motion to recommend line item G91 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Wait, is it G or J?
J, excuse me.
All right, that's a friendly amendment to J91.
Friendly amendment. I'm going cross-eyed.
That's all good.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item J92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0. We'd all just stand here with our hands up. No, that would get tiring. Go on.
Motion to recommend line item K91 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item K92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item K93 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item K94 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item K95 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item L91 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item L92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? 6-0 with
Sorry about that.
5.5 notes, 6-0.
Town is turned off.
Motion to recommend line item M91 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item M92 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0. All right.
So do you want motion, then discussion with amendment, or do you want?
Yeah, I think make the motion.
Motion to recommend line item U99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. I certainly have an amendment in mind. Would someone want to make the motion instead of me?
I will make the motion.
Okay.
Motion to increase the amount on line U99 to add $25,000 specifically for unified sports to the school department budget.
FY27.
Did I say the FY27 budget?
There's a lot of numbers there, so just to make sure we put it in the right place.
Yep. All right, sounds good. Thank you,
Second.
Jeffrey. Thank you, Ed. Discussion of this amendment. Emily.
I support this amendment.
That's the voting part, but yeah.
And I encourage my fellow committee members to do the same. There's the discussion.
There you go. Ed.
We've never done something like this before, and I love the fact that we're doing it for this. I think this is a fantastic. Normally, we wait for this to happen on the town meeting floor, and I think this is. I echo Emily. I think this is great.
That's what priority means.
But we're not doing this for the town side. We're only doing it for the schools. So only unified but not adapted.
At this juncture.
At this juncture.
We don't have anything from the town. Hasn't been
We
scoped.
don't
I
have
don't
an
think.
estimate or anything.
Yeah, we don't have a scope for it.
I think that the school department already has an existing program that they were looking to expand upon. We haven't built anything within the town budget.
We have some, I think, adaptive programs that we
Do
use,
we?
but that's done through recreation already. So it's not our therapeutic rec person. It's
Okay.
not any of that. So it's just some.
Sounds like the town side that maybe Article 14 was looking to fund in the future sounds like it's probably going to be part of recal operations.
It could be expanded. Yep.
So not.
By that time, we might have more flexibility in our budget too.
Yeah.
Just add it.
We'll discuss that at a forum in May. All right. Any other discussion about this?
Just procedural question. So I see Jackie as updating it in the scorecard. This wouldn't be an update to the existing scorecard. This would be a recommendation on top of the existing scorecard.
No, this will be what goes to town meeting because these are the numbers that are approved by you.
Got
So
it.
that would be different. So the town manager number is what's next to it. That's what came to you.
I see.
And usually the numbers are the same, but when you make an adjustment, it shows under the FinCom.
Yes, right. Column and.
So it will show like this to,
In the
it will show
memory-
like this to town
Right.
meeting, so they'll know that you changed it if they ask, if they're
Yes.
paying attention.
Columns-
Or I'm sure you would
Which
actually.
I will put it, yes, I'm going to amend the budget summary to call this out, of course.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that, Sharon. This is all new.
I've never seen
Exciting.
E and G different. Yeah, that's
I've only
a.
seen it
I
happen
mean,
once.
I hate doing it to the new town manager like this, but you know, it's one of the things we gotta do.
Got to do it.
It's
All right.
getting funded.
All right, we're getting goofy here.
We are.
We have
Is
the
there any,
amendment.
is there more on-topic discussion of the amendment?
No.
Seeing none, voting on the amendment to change the, G30 there in the spreadsheet, that is the finance committee budget recommendation for line U99 as presented. So, all right. All in favor? 6-0.
Awesome.
All right.
Now
Now
we
back
need to vote on the.
Now-
any further discussion on the main motion, as it were? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item W99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item X99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item Y99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item Z99 to town meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0.
Motion to recommend line item ZZ9 to town meeting as presented. That one's weird.
Yeah, thank you, Emily, for navigating the weirdest line that we have to vote on. Thank you, Ed, for the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-0. All right, so there were minutes. Were there minutes?
There were.
225.
Oh, geez.
And
I'm gonna have to look at them on my phone because the internet doesn't work on my computer. Go figure.
yeah, the internet turned off.
We've been here so long.
That is.
Town thing turned
Is
off.
it because the library, you're on the library?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have stupid Verizon. I have a work phone and 5G.
Wait, are there 2 minutes? I found one.
I just see 225
Okay.
in the revised packet.
Yeah.
Motion to approve Finance Committee meeting minutes from the 2/25/26 meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ed. Any comments or anything on the minutes?
You too.
No.
Nope. All right. Seeing none, let's vote. Voting on approving the minutes. 6-0. Wait until it actually became 6-0.
Sorry.
No,
I
it's
was
okay.
scrolling through to the next minutes because I think we have two, or we just.
No, we just have the one.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
A second.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Attaboy, Jeffrey.
All in favor? 6-0. We are out before 11.